Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night. Wherever you are, whenever you're watching, welcome to Morning Brew. I hope you all are doing well today. Let me start off by saying hello to Gorilla's Random Thoughts, who was first in the chat, then to Jim's Landscape LLC, and to Admiral Teague. Good morning, Admiral Teague. Resolute Germ, good morning. Sci-Fi Mombi, good morning. Last Son of K, good morning. Kenjack Ben, good morning. Greetings and salutations from Vallejo, California. Awesome. Now, it's funny, I just decided to go live this morning because, what the heck. I had coffee. I was awake and ready to get online a little earlier than usual. So, let me see here. Copy, paste. All right. Go ahead and I'll stop that. I can't even. That's got the stupid heart thing over it. I gotta wait till some messages come in so I can actually move the because it has that little heart thing that comes up. Oh well, I'll just wait. Ah, there we go. Pin message. Got it. I got the message pinned. And I got somebody backstage, but if you will do me a favor and say something in the chat, I'd much appreciate it. I hate the heart too, Germ. I think it's a stupid idea. Well, we don't have anybody backstage now, so no big deal. Somebody decided to join the backstage and didn't have their camera connected and was using a suspicious name. So I decided to ask them to speak in the chat. They spoke backstage. I'm going, no, not in the mood today. Not in the mood today. Hello, Mr. Londell's Groovy Movies. Um, Would you do me a favor, please, and put in your GoFundMe? I don't. I don't have it available right now. What name they used? They used cheese. So wasn't exactly something I was going. Oh yeah, that's something. Most people would come in with a username, and whether their camera was on or not, um, at least have something. I wasn't gonna have somebody who had a suspicious username and their camera was suspiciously not on, but it looked like it was ready to launch any time. There's been one too many strange incursions as of late to be trusting. That's the world we live in. Yeah, unfortunately, you're right. It is the world we live in. Um, I don't like to be untrusting. I don't, but you can't be overly trusting in this world. You just can't. And yeah, that's what I thought. Probably would have gone if I'd let them on. They would have come on and done something really stupid. So no, I'd rather not take my chances. Nick Londell, mod. I thought Londell was a mod. He's not a mod. That's stupid. That is moderator. He used to be a moderator. I don't know what the hell happened. Uh, Let me see here. I got to get back over to the StreamYard side. The instance renewed. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't try to join panels because I can't watch streams and be on panel at the same time on my phone. So it wasn't me. Well, yeah, I didn't think it was you. I didn't think it was actually anybody active in chat because that just didn't isn't the way things go. People like Gorilla. I know he's at work, so he's not going to be getting on panel now. Um, and everybody else usually joins into their own username. And yeah, Resolute Germ, you're right. StreamYard would screw up your phone anyway. Oh, I'm pretty sure that I have some ideas. I don't really care. Don't want to give the fire oxygen. And anyone who can help Mr. Lundell, please consider it. Let me see here. It looks to go fund me right now. The heck? I don't want to sign up for an account. That's just weird. For whatever reason, it's not giving me the. Come on. And Sci Fi Mombi, you are now a moderator. And yes, StreamYard overheats every mobile device. You're absolutely right. It does. Um, I remember there was one point I was using a mobile device, trying to end the damn stream that I was on because the power had gone out. So I quickly, well, as quickly as I could, got on and managed to end the stream. It was one of those times I was going, oh, I wish Bird was here. He could come on and end the damn thing for me. Funny thing is, a couple of times he almost ended the stream when he was leaving the studio, which is kind of funny in and of itself. I will say there was one time I would have laughed if he had done it. As I was getting ready to end the stream anyhow. So it just would have sped things up, 30 seconds. Which, no big deal. Top tier tablets do okay with StreamYard, but most have the same problem as phones. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure that they do. Of course, I don't want to pay for a top tier tablet. You know, you might as well get a computer. That's the funny thing. Ah, Admiral Teague.
Hi, buddy.
Hey, how are you doing?
I feel amazing. It's beautiful here. It's real seasonable, and like in my part of the country, I kind of like. I guess we're all programmed to enjoy it. So the leaves haven't started to really turn yet, but the temperature really is. It's very comfortable. I busted out my fall jackets the other day, which is a good feeling. How's by you?
Ah, I'm enjoying the weather here. It's quite comfortable. Right now it's about 60 degrees.
Yeah, so we have the same weather. It's 61 in New York, and I was ready for it because we always seem to end out like the middle of September with a weird like 7 or 8 straight days above 90, just to remind you that you do kind of want the seasons to change. You know, my Yankee blood boils not because I'm angry, but because it's just too hot down south. I thought the people were lovely as I stood there wheezing for breath online at any theme park in Orlando, where Central Florida, where it's humid and hot. I was just like, ugh.
No,
I was at
thank you.
I was at 50. Look, it's great if people live there and that's their home and they like it. I didn't think it was necessarily a bad place if I had to live somewhere other than New York. It wasn't my home, but the thing was just yeah, that humidity and that heat. Like I was like, my parents had considered relocating there when I was a kid. It's like if I had grown up down here, would I be programmed for this, or would I still be sucking wind? And I looked around and everyone's just sucking wind and waiting to go to the bathroom because they've been drinking liquid all day. It's like the 120th straight day of 105 degrees is a drag.
Yeah.
It's just a drag. Here, it's only intolerable for like 2 or 3 weeks at a time in any season.
Yeah.
It still drops to like 50 at night in June in New York. You'll get like a 71-degree day and like a 55-degree night.
Well, it's much better than to have a 71-degree night. Ugh.
71-degree night is like that's like right inside my Overton window of comfortable sleeping. Like I get to 71s at the top. I like it a little cooler like everyone else though. Yeah. What did early humans do before blankets, right? Like I don't care how hot it is, I at least need the sheet. Like there's something about clutching onto it.
I don't know. I have no idea what they did before blankets because I like I like my blankets. Thank you very much. Don't have laptop or PC right now. I don't have the option.
It sucks. I'm sorry. You know
Ask.
what? I know how Last Son of K feels though. Like when I jump in on someone's stream, like when I try to talk to Comic Relief when I'm on the road, like I try to drop in and say hi.
Mm-hmm.
Within 2 minutes, you could heat an igloo with your phone. Throw that fucking thing in the corner. You can't keep it in your pocket after about a minute. You're like, ooh.
So what have you got going on today?
I think you know. We gotta go travel back in time 100 years in a few hours to 1923.
That's
It
right.
seems the story has naturally progressed to a really cool point. Last week, Timothy Dalton sort of gave us like not really a demonstration of his power, but an outline of how he's going to act and behave, and it was very well done. Just very well done. I've been so pleased with Yellowstone. It's such a good show that it only took 5 episodes to recover from the idea that Harrison Ford was still able to act, because I was absolutely sure that he didn't care anymore from several bad performances in this century in a row. Han Solo, what would his Yellowstone character, what would Jacob Dutton think of the Han Solo that we saw in Force Awakens? He just wasted. He would waste it.
Yeah.
He hates weak people. We're not sure he's the good guy.
I like that.
They do it well. Instead of a morally gray bad guy, we have good and bad guys who are all just people with agendas. Like, I don't necessarily hate Jerome Flynn, the Scotsman. I understand why he does what he does. I don't like it when he kills characters I enjoy, but he's doing what he's doing because every single thing he has is tied up in that endeavor too. He's no different at heart than Jake Dutton. If they could sit down and talk it out, they would be a lot alike and powerful allies. That's how I feel. I also feel like we haven't seen this, but these powerful people, their bloodlines are all going to mix together to make like super powerful Kevin Costner. That's where I feel like it's going. Like that interesting story with the Native American girl that comes and goes. It's not in every story. And I don't know why in Yellowstone 1923 they do things that made me crazy in Rings of Power, and it doesn't bother me in this show. Like in Rings of Power, for like 5 episodes, they'd step away from one faction. Like we wouldn't see their horrible little hobbits for like 3 episodes, and we'd all celebrate, and then they'd come back and be genocidal. In this episode, like for 1 or 2 episodes, we didn't catch up with the Native American girl who escaped from the school. Like she was just lost in the desert, and when we catch back up to her, she's real hard pressed, and someone helps her.
Well, it seemed a natural progression, though. That's the that's the thing. It
Right.
with some of these stories seem so forced and so planned, and it it almost feels like a natural story. It's hard to describe. You know,
Yeah, I don't want to compare Taylor Sheridan to Tolkien in any sense, because Tolkien's Tolkien, and people have still never truly gotten Tolkien across to the screen, even though Peter Jackson's movie is really great. Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings still has its critics, and I wish people would just say they were great movies of the books, because now that we've seen what Hollywood wants you to have from Tolkien. But what I'm saying is with Taylor Sheridan, it seems like, yeah, his story's written. He knows how it's going to end. He knows who the good and bad guy is. But at some point while he's writing, he's like, geez, I'm a little inspired here. Let me make some room for this side adventure, or this exchange of thought. I should have these two powerful characters meet. And he doesn't force it.
mm-hmm.
And it's been a really nice break from reviewing terrible new Trek. It was a much better decision than going into S Holka, the show that defies you to finish an episode. I'll just go with Disparu. I would rather watch 55 minutes of Disparu talking about how stupid uh, Ahsoka is than watch the Sabine show called Ahsoka about how stupid the Ahsoka show is. That was some real dumb stuff, man.
Did you ever watch the Nickelodeon series that they had on Star Trek?
Chaos on the Bridge. Wait, wait. You mean Star Trek Prodigy?
Prodigy, yes.
Because I feel that it is absolutely a sacrilege to render Star Trek into any sort of cartoon that's not made by like TOS is one thing. There was no other way to get Star Trek across. It elevated Star Trek from nowhere to being spoken of again. These cartoons are just being farmed out, and I'm going to say it right now. I apologize to the people who like Prodigy. My understanding is that it was different and better. Here's the problem, and I think everyone's going to admit this is true. If this show had continued to rise to prominence as Lower Decks did, because Lower Decks was allegedly better and different after a certain tipping point where it was way too disgusting in an episode that I heard was obscene and just the low point of all time Star Trek, making the musical episode look as good as, I don't know, Patterns of Force, which is a huge promotion. So yeah, I just little bit concerned that if the people from Star Trek Prodigy had success, that Kurtzman would have been like, it's time for us to program people's children. And it just like all of a sudden we would have gotten like the trans kids rights matter episode. And it would have been a season-long arc. And it, like the people who had to do it, the show would have been hostages. And their Starfleet Academy show, the way they got it is despicable. They invited the Gossip Girl people to pitch them a show. They waited for the hi Ken Jackman.
How you doing? How you doing,
Good, how are
everyone?
you?
I'm doing well. I had to come in here because he was talking about Lord Rings of Power, and I was thinking that Rings of Power is badly written, and that's why it sucks, and that's why the things they do bother you.
Well, we got to just let them off the hook for the terrible source material. Look how badly it failed as a book, right?
Okay. I didn't know you felt that way about Tolkien.
No, I love Tolkien, and it was a travesty, and that's not any sort of Tolkien I recognize. That was Star Trek Discovery season 4.5. It was the same shit. The elves were simply Romulans and Vulcans. They were every single character was a low-life liar. They couldn't keep track of time. In 1923, when that character disappears for 2 episodes, when they come back, they're 2 weeks further into the story. We don't have to catch up real fast, and it's understood we didn't need to see them like eating bugs to get by in that desert either. Like they're really at the bottom, and they stay there for a while, and then someone helps them. In Rings of Power, what do we have? That weird catch-up scene where the Rohirrim charge from day to night to day to night to day to night to try to make things line up, and then the other people fight for what seems like one long night. And then everybody acts like it's been 5 days of battle without sleep, and just move on, and then the volcano explodes. That was dumb, man.
Yeah, I agree.
And it was an insult to every Tolkien who's not named... who's that idiot? Simple Simon Tolkien is a fucking idiot. I read his detective novel. It was like throw Mama from the train. It had 2 characters, one of whom was dead on page 2.
You're talking about J.R.R. Martin or whatever his name is, George.
No, that I'm talking about. Simon Tolkien is J.R.R. Tolkien's grandson, right?
Uh-huh.
And he wrote several.
I know very little about the man. I know
I go to
just enough.
He was a lawyer, So he was doing all right in the first place. He didn't have any need for money because he was born really rich without needing to work, and he still managed to elevate himself to lawyer. So to that point, I'm still respecting him. But then I guess ego got the better of him. And I'm going to be honest, my father was like, he wasn't like chief of police or head of detectives, but like my father was like fairly well regarded on the NYPD. You know, that was the idea that just because my father was part of the Son of Sam detail, that you would put me on murders is the same. You know, the murder homicide squad of NYPD is the same idea of giving Simon Tolkien a literary contract. It was a stunt. His 2 detective novels, I saw them at the used bookstore. I bought both of them for like $1. And they were the same, and they both sucked, and I didn't finish either of them. They were really fucking bad.
It's kind of like putting Roddenberry's son anywhere near Star Trek.
Well, he doesn't write. He just went in there with an agenda to defame his dad, it seems. I don't know what Rod Roddenberry's thinking process was, but it didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, he's publicly stated that he never liked his father and he never liked Star Trek. Pretty much what everyone connected to newer Star Trek says.
To which I say, holy fuck, I bonded with my father so much watching your father's product. You should try watching it with your son. Get over this anger. And I hate to break it to you. I don't want to say anything bad about her, but your mom knew this stuff, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And the other thing I wanted to say is I forgot to mention the last time I was on when I was talking about J.J. Abrams and the reason the finely crafted crap hypothesis that I laid out. He ruined those other franchises as a dry run for the big show, which was Star Trek and Star Wars. And I believe he figured out that he needed to cause hurt and pain in the audience so that they would badger the studios and cause so much chaos that from that direction to cover his exit to other franchises or to something else so that no one would know that he did it on purpose.
You know what? I'm going to confirm that I believe what you say, but I'm going to add a layer, and you tell me if you think I'm right. I think that he was an expert in early internet astroturfing and getting it to seem like people loved what he did, because the ending of Lost was so fucking horrible. That show was on TV for 7 seasons and was the highest rated show every week. And it's not really on syndication anywhere because the last hour canceled out the entire 7 years.
Dry run for causing the hurt and pain. You see,
it's only a dry run if we accept the fact that he said to himself he's talentless. I think he was like, until Rise of Skywalker like made him come face to face with it, he was like, I'm a genius. I can just send Patrick McKay and JD Payne to go write half a story, punch it up when I'm done, and I'm a goddamn genius. And you know what? It's not a science lesson, and any details left out, some writer from Lucasfilm or some Star Trek writer will fill in the gaps and figure out how Palpatine came back. I need this image. I'll sacrifice most of the movie for it. But people who are not that smart will be like, yeah, but you know what? Like the Star Killer base, it fired and destroyed like 5 planets. It was epic. And it's like, there were beams of light fired over millions of light years. Hey, Deej.
No, I am the goddamn genius here.
It's the real J.J. Abrams' actual father, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Deej Odyssey.
Hey, Deej.
Hello, again, hello, Admiral Dig, hello, Captain Fandom Nerd.
Can I tell you how much I enjoyed your passion last night when you were just kind of freewheeling? I thought about jumping on there, but your show is fucking great. So I just like, let me listen. Let me just drink it in. You were just like on. You were a little bit on fire. You were totally passionate, and I enjoyed it.
And then we turned out that towards the end, I got fired by Captain Foley live on the stream. So yeah, there was that too.
Well, where would it be if you didn't get fired by Captain Foley? In fact, you hold no rank on saving Star Trek, but you're fired from my show right now.
It was fun, though. He actually come up to the panel just to fire me.
Cap, should we add him to the Saving Star Trek crew just so we can tweet out that he's fired?
Absolutely.
Seems like you do 2 things if you want to have a YouTube following. You lure Canadian Spider-Man to your live chat and you make him a wrench whether he wants me or not. And you fire Deej.
Can I fire Deej?
Everybody can fire me. They do all the time.
Well, I'll hire you because you want to be fired. Then
Deej, a decision's been made. There's a box on your desk.
I hear ticking. See?
That's the machine we hired to replace you, Deej. We've crafted a Deej machine. It can kill zombies with 3 times the accuracy of a human.
so in my response to your statement before is I think J.J. Abrams is a genius, but I think his genius lies in other areas, like making the fans get angry at the studios so they can cover his exit, because he's a master grifter who everyone who knows him says that he has the gift of gab, and that's how he gets what he wants.
Not one Star Trek fan wanted him back, and that's when we found out that there was only just so much overlap, and that's a lot of, not everyone, but a lot of Star Wars fans are like super casual and sort of out of touch in a way that the former people who like old Trek wouldn't be. You know what I mean? It's like Leonard Nimoy goes out and buys a pack of cigarettes. We knew about it. Like we loved the Star Wars people. I was like, when J.J. Abrams came aboard, I was talking to one of my friends, and she's really nice. She's the person who lets me have the free Disney Plus. Like, she gave me the code. And I was like, you realize that J.J. Abrams is a horror story. I just saw 2 Star Trek movies in a row where all he did was fuck up Star Wars, to the point where the last third stupid movie from Simon Pegg is actually better by a lot and still is garbage. And she and like a dozen other people just turned around without batting an eye and said, well, that's because Star Trek is nowhere near as easy to write for as Star Wars, which is a bigger world and much cooler. Boy, did that ever turn out to be wrong, because we could still fix Star Trek with one movie.
Yep.
They had to go to another galaxy. They fucked up their galaxy so much. And when we went to that other galaxy, it was like, well, we're leaving the Kmart galaxy and we're going to the TJ Maxx galaxy. It's much different.
Star Trek is infinitely more fixable than Star Wars, because Star Wars relies on nostalgia and warm feelings towards Star Wars. That's what it relies on. Relies on warm feelings towards characters, but they killed them.
The other thing is this: if we had spawned another family that was worth going after, or a new generation of Skywalkers that was worth following, we could have had, like, if we didn't have crying Luke in the mud. No, unfortunately, we need like 3 movies to fix Star Wars. They have to all be good, and they have to make sense, and they can't be too Star Warsy, and we can't refer to anything that happened in more than the most oblique terms, and we have to go into the future. There's nothing left in the past. There's nothing left in there in the Mandoverse.
You release a statement in all of the publications as a company. Whoever gets Star Wars after this, or if Disney gets their head out of their butt, what they do is they say everything that came before the initial buy-in is nothing. We're not doing that anymore. It doesn't matter. It doesn't count. It's over. And we are starting fresh and new. What we do from now on is the canon, and the stuff that you wanted in is back in.
Yeah, it's not going to happen while there's a Rey movie on the slates, and Kathleen Kennedy is stubbornly refusing to admit the truth. But I mean, as much as I agree with you, I just I wish my heart could be in saying it'll happen that way. And now, like, even though I think that she will always have one foot out the door, I think that that's just the truth, is that everyone's right. She's got one foot out the door, and Disney is just in chaos and in free fall. At this point, how much is her buyout keeping her in charge? Where they're just
gets the company, she's gone. Everyone's gone. He's gonna sell it. He's gonna carve it up for parts and sell it off.
That wouldn't necessarily nullify her contract. I don't know what the deal is, but like, think about this: Star Trek.
He didn't sign it. He doesn't own it. It hasn't. She doesn't have to honor it either.
The same thing happened to Paramount, right? They broke up into TV and movies before they reunited about a year ago, and the Star Trek contract was written ahead of time. And the people who bought Paramount they don't want it. They haven't wanted it. These statements are just pie in the sky. they had no choice. They had to honor the existing contract. They're like, no, the company still
That's the other
exists.
part of the grift. That's the other part of the grift. He gets rich dummies with more money than sense to sign contracts they can't get out of.
Well, the one thing I do want to say is this: we've seen this. J.J. Abrams and the people that he has, they use the same lawyers, they use the same PR. They're experts in fooling people into. See, I think what you said about the fans might have only been true like in the middle of Lost, and I think by the time people are still in dial-up AOL, they were experts of like seeding lies into the internet. But now it's a generation almost later, and we're just better at like you in the first 25 years of movies with sound, you could lie in a movie with sound and people would be like, yep, that's true. But then like people like, wait a minute, it might not be true. First 20 years of television, you could just lie without repercussions. People thought it was true. Radio. So the internet, I think people have gotten a little too canny. I don't know, because if J.J. Abrams was still a master of getting fans to be outraged, he'd be making another Star Wars movie and he wouldn't be beating the brush to get what's his new project? Is it Black Batman or something insane?
Supposed to be It was called Superman Flyby.
That was it Superman Flight, the script from like 8 years ago? Did he punch that up into a new Superman story?
May have. And then they hired Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is a ridiculous race baiting comic book writer from modern day Marvel. He's awful. He ruined Captain America, and they hired him to write the script for Black Superman.
So the definition in one sentence of what happened would be roll left and attack.
Pretty much.
The guys in Rage Against the Machine are going to hate me for retasking their song title.
The other thing is, that he that's part of his grift. And he figured out that he could hurt people's feelings with his TV show when he did Lost and then a few other things. And then he realized, oh, I can hurt people's feelings. It'll mask my exit, because the cause such a kerfuffle that the studio won't know what to do. The company that he grifted won't know what to do, and they can't stop it from happening. You see what's happening.
I think honestly he overpromises and then finds himself in a position where he has to grift. I think he's naive to his own grifting. I think he grifts himself first. Honestly, I don't think he's as calculating as you say, even though all the things that you say that he does are true and all the methods that you cited are absolutely accurate. I would just say this, like, he was quite taken with himself until Lost implodes. The Star Trek movie, he starts like the first Star Trek movie just doesn't fly, and then his contempt for the fans really gets out there when a disc is released.
Involved in new Star Trek is contempt for the fans.
Well, that second Star Trek movie was so bad that he primed the pump so hard for so little return and jerked us around. George Lucas said this about Phantom Menace, but J.J. Abrams won't say this about Into Darkness. You know, it's bold in terms of jerking us around. And it was sad that someone would do that because there was something there. Like, if he wanted to really get a lot of money, cut the budget down and make a Space Seed movie. You know, it's a lot. Yeah, Warner Brothers does seem to have yanked JJ's contract. There's something else weird and new going on I've been hearing about from JJ, and it hasn't been said enough to set in my mind. I don't think they're going to go with his Superman.
James Gunn is in charge of that now, and nothing that they were doing before has any pertinence to now.
How funny is it that the movie that made the most money this year is Batgirl because they burned it?
Yeah. And the other thing is that J.J. Abrams never forget that he did everything on purpose. All of it. Every bit of it. It's all done purposefully so that he can get everything he wants and leave. Because that's what
I would say after Lost. After Lost, I honestly think he was smelling his own farts. Like, is it like are you like off the hook because you were too drunk to decide that you shouldn't drive? No, he was drunk on his own image. Watch the TED Talk. It's 12 minutes long. He gives you 75 minutes of information. He makes me look like a very slow-spoken person. He's all Red Bulled up, and he gives away everything. He's like, I just made the best pilot I could to get renewed with no thought of the future. It's between the lines. I don't know how this is going to end. Weird stuff like Tom Cruise's lookalike cousin's reaction shot will baffle you long enough until someone gets sucked into that engine to make that pilot work. And then he is a little bit of a vampire where he's like, I didn't know what to do, so I had this guy, and all he did was hand another guy a soda. But the way he did it was such a plum that I turned him into a major character, and we did like a 6-week arc on it. And I'm like, because you had no plan.
Well, when I write something, I have to tell the story in order to write it down. I have to tell it. I can't. It comes out of thin air. It comes out of my imaginings when people ask me questions. And
because you answer your questions ahead of time. I think. Does anyone else share this? JJ woke up screaming after 15 days of not being able to close those lost mystery boxes, and then he just comes up with this cheap method of refreshing the mystery by simply putting the old mystery aside and just here's a new one, and we'll get halfway through it. And the presence of mystery becomes the payoff in itself, not the payoff of the mystery.
Yeah, there isn't any.
And it's laziness and incompetence. After Star Trek 2, I think it's evil and calculating. I think in Lost, like he wakes up one day like, oh my God, and he just went evil. He didn't say like, I got to hire help.
I remember my previous point. My other previous point was about Star Trek. See, the problem with Star Trek is that they have a problem just like Star Wars has a problem. Star Wars has a problem with the Skywalkers. They have a problem with that. They don't know what to do after the Skywalkers. It's just going to keep going and going, Skywalker after Skywalker.
Because leaving them alive was too stupid of an idea.
Well, they don't have anything other than that. They can't get past it. They can't get past any of it. They can't get
develop. Past well, Dave Filoni did realize one thing. He just did it really shitty. He rolled out another family we're supposed to care about. It's just that we don't. Like we would like to see Thrawn have 1 minute of intelligence to kill them.
I don't agree Dave Filoni is a phony. I agree that he is better when he's reined in by someone else like Jon Favreau. Jon Favreau knows how to take what Dave Filoni has and cut off all the stupid and add his. It's like a comic book artist. It's a comic book artist. It's like this. Dave Filoni is the pencil and Jon Favreau is the ink.
I hate to say this, and I don't want to sound like I'm scoffing at what you're saying, but the problem is this: the Dave Filoni Jon Favreau partnership since Mandalorian season 1 has provided us something like 8 good episodes of TV and like 34 horrible episodes with their names on it. Book of Boba Fett is the two of them. Where's pencils and ink there?
That is because of the colorist who is Kathleen Kennedy and Disney. Disney is the colorist. They're screwing it up. They're ruining the ink and pencil with their crappy color job.
Tamora Morrison had the courage to say this is bullshit and get it somewhat changed on the fly. Dave Filoni was like, I'm a genius. You're going to find out that Cad Bane is an Amoidian. Like, guy's lost.
Then you have studio interference, which is bad lettering. And that's the bad writing. It's the
Jon Favreau. I'm sorry to suggest Jon Favreau has to give me his first good story since Iron Man 1 before I believe shit that he does again. I'm sorry, it's 30 stories in a row since the rest.
I'm not against him at all. Chef is a brilliant movie.
What year?
Chef, the movie he did about being a chef. It's freaking brilliant. What year? Just before he started, he was done with doing. So, like,
in other words, 35 terrible stories ago. That's my issue. Where's his triumph since the rescue?
He did all his remake work for Disney. He was done with doing the remake work, and that was directorial remake work. That wasn't necessarily script writing, but he wrote Chef. He acted in it. He directed it. It's a great movie.
Yeah, you know that Chef movie.
I wish that was the first thing that came to mind when I think about the guy. I understand that he has a powerful cult of personality where people feel like he's the victim, and he's been used by Disney PR and by people who are trying to understand what's going on. And I understand that he's charismatic and appealing, but you know what? I mean, I'm still going to say, like, the back of his baseball card, the nicest baseball player in the world. The back of his baseball card shows that he's like he didn't show up for spring training and held out like 3 times, and then when he did show up, like his batting average was like 0.85. He was like a horror story in the field. He was a butcher with the glove. I'm sorry, there are 32 straight terrible stories signed by Jon Favreau, and he didn't walk off that. He didn't use an alias name. He was put his name on that.
Are his fault. All of that is
that's crazy. How could you be wrong 30 times in a row and never have it? You know what I mean?
All of it is studio interference. Kathleen Kennedy and her nonsense is behind all of it.
So you're saying they reconned him 31 times? Just like, okay, it won't be like that again. He's like, okay, well, 28 times it happened, but I know that those Vespas are going away. I'm sorry.
It's the same thing that he in the movie Chef. He plays a chef who has to do what he's told to do, and that's his job at Disney, to do what he's told.
That was Tamora Morrison's job, but his reputation meant more. You know what I mean? Tamora Morrison was like, I work in Star Wars once every 43 years, but I'm getting roles here and there. So maybe I just like stand up for my own acting. And, he got rid of 4 episodes because they cut 2 and gave us 2 from other shows. You can do something.
He can, but he could only do so much. And
if Jon Favreau has a good idea and I give him 5 minutes of resistance and $200,000, he'll be like, okay, it can suck.
So he wasn't in charge of hiring because they took that away from him. He wasn't in charge of where the story would go because they said he can't do anything that gets rid of the sequel trilogy. He has to do that. So right from jump, he's hobbled in what he can do. Right.
Here's the problem: his name's on it, though. What about let's just change the circumstance a little bit, guys. Help me out. Tell me if I'm too crazy here, but let's just take Jon Favreau and turn him into a musician. Let's say he's Ozzy Osbourne, right? The Ozzy Osbourne tour kicks off.
Has too much control over the end product. That's the thing.
Ozzy Osbourne. Well, here's the thing: Ozzy Osbourne doesn't either. Sharon controls it. But the point is this: if the Ozzy Osbourne tour hits like New York and then New Jersey, and we hear that his drummer sucks, right? His drummer sucks and he's killing the whole show, but Ozzy's voice is great. Ticket sales drop off unless we hear there's a new drummer because Ozzy's name is still fucking on it, and Ozzy, I mean, for all his mistakes, is supposed to stand for a quality rock and roll experience.
Yeah, We've seen what Jon Favreau product looks like when he has control, and that is the movie.
If Ozzy's drummer sucks, Ozzy's show sucks, and then Ozzy sucks that night, and his esteem goes down.
And then Sharon sucks later.
Does she even have to anymore with poor Ozzy? Just let me go take 4 Viagra.
Speaking of jobs, how's yours going, Deej?
I'm pissed off.
What's going on?
I gotta go to work at noon. All this rain come in yesterday. Rain like hell. Lots of rain. About an inch of rain. I wake up, I say, all right, give me the bad news because I look outside, there's no rain falling. Yeah. I still don't get a freaking day off to rest my back.
Oh, man.
You need an entire day?
I need 2 or 3, actually.
And you need a new back.
Well, yeah, I do need that too. The point my legs keeps collapsing out from under me again because I haven't been off of it for weeks now. But I will do it. Get up and go.
What's your diet like?
Shit, don't ask what the diet's like because I work until late at night and I'm up early in the morning and I'm living on Mountain Dews.
Oh,
are you surrounded by empty burrito wrappers and like Snickers wrappers?
No, the burrito wrappers are usually if I do get off like 10 or 11 o'clock, I can hit a Taco Bell on the way home, but...
Cut out the sugar, increase your protein, and you'll do better.
I've cut out sugar. It's
I've replaced it with
and when
high
I say
fructose
Mountain
corn
Dew,
syrup.
when I say Mountain Dew, that's Mountain Dew Zeros because I am a diabetic, so I have to stay away from all the
Oh
sugars.
dear Lord, you should definitely cut out sugar. You
I
shouldn't have
Is
any.
do.
Mountain Dew? I'm sorry. Is the zero version of these things because it has zero sugar, or do they have the other kind of sugar that doesn't count as sugar, the destro sugars that
No, they don't.
they don't have those? Okay, cool. Well, then you're in
They
good
don't have.
shape because
They don't have aspartame. They have the other kind. They have the other
no,
kind.
the other we I found this out the other day from PDB that some of these zero products use sugars that just aren't classified as sugars because the DNA of the sugar like curves the other way. They're called destro proteins because like most
Mm-hmm.
turn to the right, and destro is Latin for left, and that we just don't know what they do to us yet. So look
Well,
carefully at your label.
some people believe that aspartame, the original NutraSweet, it causes Parkinson's disease, but this is over long-term exposure. We're talking about a damn near a lifetime of
Hey,
exposure.
I wouldn't mind Parkinson's. Then I'd have fun with myself. I wouldn't even have to really move it. Just jerk for it. Never mind. I won't.
That's why I used to wish I could had the force. And Kathleen Kennedy has torn that away from me. I used to imagine that I could jerk off with the force the way probably young Ben Solo was doing when he got himself sent away by his parents who didn't
Can't
care
do
about him.
that. The Force is God, dude. He's not going to do that for you.
I don't know. God lets you choke out people.
No, that's the devil.
If he's gonna let you force choke somebody, he's gonna let you force choke your chicken.
Yeah,
If you're,
exactly. If the force is female, it should
you
have no problem grabbing my member.
devil as your avatar, so you can go ahead and be evil and choke whatever you want.
Oh hell, my diabetic blood sugar levels are fine. It's just I got this crushed nerve cluster in my back that I've been fighting to get surgery for 3 years now, and they keep jacking me around on that, and that's why I'm having the issues because I'm constantly bouncing in the tractor trying to climb in
You're
and
not
out.
doing well.
Yeah,
You got to
that would
keep
be.
it below 140.
Mine
140.
mine are always like 90 to 110.
See, 110 still. If it goes to
No,
an
they told me as long as it's 120
doctor,
to 80 is
doctor,
perfect.
trust me, the doctors don't know crap about it. They still think that that it's not reversible, and it is. You just have to change your diet completely. Carnivore diet or keto diet, strict keto diet or strict carnivore will get rid of it. You'll lose weight, and
The
you
only
will.
time I have problems with sugars is when the boss's wife decides to bake me a German chocolate cake.
Oh,
Oh, they can be so good, but sometimes it's too rich. The Black Forest cake, and we don't give medical or dietary advice. We're just talking. Disclaimer.
absolutely.
I'm saying
You're
I went on a ketogenic diet and I lost 16 pounds and I was doing well until my house caught fire. Then I
shit.
then I kind of got all depressed because that happened back in
I've been
2019.
there. I've been there. I was in a building that burned, and all my shit got destroyed. And like the worst
Yeah.
part was the 1 minute when the part of the building below me was exploding, and I couldn't get out of the part of the building I was in. And I was like, well, I'm gonna look like an Iron Maiden album, or I'm gonna die.
Oh boy, we got out. Everyone I know got out, and
A
it was
series of
caused.
miracles spared me. A series of miracles. I lost everything though. I had a 1967 Fender Mustang Kurt Cobain style guitar.
Wow.
I
Um,
gratefully left it behind, not to burn.
it was caused by a cigarette in a uh, in a planter on a railing on our basically our trellis deck sort of area.
Mm-hmm.
And it just the fire marshal said on the street that day that it smoldered for 72 hours.
Now
Oh,
Cap was around for this a few years ago when I was still living in a trailer and I had a fire there. bare wire under the trailer for the power supply that come up from trailer park melted a hole into the gas line, and I had a blowtorch coming out the side of the trailer. The 4 o'clock in the morning, first thing I did, grabbed my pants, put them on, put my shoes on real quick, grabbed my computer, and went out the door.
The hell else can you do? Yeah, I mean, I left behind like a beloved guitar. I learned how to play guitar on. You know what I mean? That became real valuable when Nirvana showed up. I was like, fuck it. When you see like that ball of flames shoot up a center staircase and you realize that you got to shimmy down the world's worst fire escape because this is New York and I was like 6, 7 floors up, that sucked. If I hadn't heard that Indiana Jones music in my head, and now I would just jump into the fire if I heard it. But when I heard that Indiana Jones music in my head, I was just like, I gotta run. There's a good grabs my hat as I ran out the so, yeah, it was like you get to the central staircase to run out because you know not to take the elevator. And it was like a flashover of all the paint. So it kind of like it was like a Hollywood style explosion, like just like blows right past me. And it's like all of a sudden it's like it's like holy shit.
I had to grab my dog. I had a dog at the time, and I had to give him up. He ended up in a shelter, and we couldn't take our cats to the shelter because the shelter was full because of the two years previous there was a bunch of wildfires here in California, and that caused all the shelters for animals to get full up. So we had to abandon our animals. Nobody wanted to do that.
I feel bad for Californians, man. You've got like social unrest. You've got like the worst environmental problems, whatever the hell is causing them. And, you know,
that's bad management. Bad management is causing all of it.
But I mean, New York is kind of poorly managed and we don't have the same problems. You know what I mean? And like you've gone to jail. If you give a sexual lesson to children under 4th grade in New York, you've gone right to jail since 1905. I don't know why we need to pin a medal on the people who realize it's wrong now, but I mean, whoa. Like some of these ideas just don't fly here. You would be run out of New York on a rail for some of these California views. On a rail.
Well, they don't arrest shoplifters here. They let them get away with it.
Is it because they made a decision like the New York City police no chase rule where it was just getting too many innocent people killed in the middle?
They basically say that arresting shoplifters is racist because it's literally it's just actually how the DA or all these other people how they see it now. The ones that are in office now. They said it's racist to arrest them.
That's why we need appointed, not elected DAs. Sorry, and sheriffs too. An elected sheriff, that's some bullshit. To me.
I don't agree. I think elected sheriff is fine because you can always impeach them.
But that means he's going to do crazy things to stay in power. Like your guardian should serve at the will of the citizens.
All the sheriffs that I've ever seen or ever, they're not like that. Sheriff is not like that. Simply because they're elected.
Here's my difference. I can't perceive what you're saying, even though you're probably right, because I only lived in one sheriff town, and it was pretty bad town. And for most of my life, where I live, as unpopular as they are and as much shit as they get, there's probably no better American police force than the NYPD. And I'm biased. My father was a city detective. Like I trust the NYPD.
Agree. I think that if you're going to have policing in a city, then policing should be like patrol special in the city of San Francisco. People opt in by paying they pay them. It's a business and they pay them. And if nobody wants their services, they don't pay and they don't show up. And they have strict adherence to jurisdictions. If nobody's paying their wage in that area, they don't go over there. And if they do, they go to jail. And I think that's how policing should be. Anybody that doesn't want a cop to do anything, you're not getting paid. I'm not paying you, so get out of here.
Huh?
It would solve a lot of problems.
Wow, that.
I'm trying to follow the thread
I am
there.
too.
I'm a little lost.
You wouldn't have
Who's that? So, are you saying like posses with no
No
pay?
security guards, but they're cops.
Yeah, that'll work.
They're cops. They're paid to be there. They're paid
I
to
think
be there. They know who their clients are, and they go to where their clients are because anybody that gives them money wants them to be there, and they don't
I
go
could.
where they're not welcome.
So if we just stop paying the cops, we can establish a crime zone like a red light district in Europe and be like, you want some smack? You want some girls? You want to gamble? Come on down. We don't pay taxes.
And the people that want that crime dealt with will hire the police to do so. The people will do it, not the government.
That is a posse.
The people will,
Maybe,
but
maybe
they're
it'll work.
follow the law. It works like the patrol. Look up the patrol special because that's what it is. Ever since I saw the movie Cuffs, I've been fascinated by the idea of patrol special.
I'm going to sound like a snob here, but because of the nature of police and policing, I'm not saying that everyone should do this. This is for every city or that anyone is wrong. But where I live, cops make $100,000 because you can't have people running around. Well, here's the thing. When was the last time you heard about a New York City cop taking a fucking bribe? The idea is you make their job worth keeping. My father came home, and my father didn't make $100,000. He retired in like 1990. But the fact is this: my father didn't need to engage in graft, bribes, and looking the other way because he was able to live a good life at the rank of police officer he was without feeling hard pressed. And that's how they slowly got rid of that kind of problem in the detective bureau by giving them. They had to purge the low-paid cops who were on the take and sort of change over most of the police department with better-paid cops who didn't have bad habits, and they didn't want the old guys around teaching the new guys how to be bad.
Yeah.
If you don't pay cops a living wage, if we rely on people to walk around, and we're talking about, well, they'll go where the money is. What you're saying is like we're going to have a law enforcement bounty hunter, and it's like there were some murders here last night. No, there wasn't. Here's $200,000 on that table if there wasn't any murders. Well, there were no murders here last night. Have a good day, sir.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that cops would be paid by the people that need them to basically be there to do their job.
That's why I pay city taxes.
And
you know what I mean? They work for all of us.
It's just it. Politicians are the ones that are corrupt. Even if the cops are doing their job, they're on the take from the politicians. The politicians are the ones telling the cops what they can and can't do. But if they're paid by the people that have them do the work, then the people, if they don't like what they're doing, the people say, I'm not paying you anymore. Get out of here. You're fired.
Well, in my town, we have a civilian complaint review board, and I know a friend of mine is on the one for this.
Can they fire
precinct.
the cops? Can they?
Yes,
fire them?
They can put them in fucking jail.
Okay, it's not like
we lock up 6 or 7 dirty cops every single fucking year just to send a message that if you're a dirty fucking cop, and they get, if you do one thing wrong as a cop, you get 3 times the punishment.
Here in California, what they do here in California, the judges are also on the take, and the judges give the cops qualified immunity, and then they use that qualified immunity so the cop can do whatever he wants, and then they put people in jail that don't belong there.
That is absolutely true, and I hate to say this politically. Am I allowed to name a politician? Cap?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. In 1972, Nixon was trying to pass a strident crime bill, and an up-and-coming young senator who had served in the American Revolution as an administrator named Joe Biden. He was only 175 years old. He passed the Biden crime bill. Changed the way we. Yeah, there we go. Dee just got it. The Biden crime bill changed the way we enforce law in America. Okay. Police used to have to serve search warrants during the day between 9 and 5 in uniform. And they said it was safer for police and better for citizens. And a lot of people had higher regard for police pre-1972 than they do now. And the amount of police officers who've gotten we've lost in the line of duty has gone up horribly. And just to qualify what I said earlier, to get $100,000 in New York City, you don't start at that. You have to earn your way up to it. But the top pay, like after 4 or 5 years, you get that. And by the time you have that, you have a college degree specifically in being a cop, and like you're required to go. And if you get low grades, you get kicked off the force
They
too.
hire crazy people to be police officers. They psychologically profile for people who are just mentally nuts, and they don't know
Not here.
anything. They don't know anything about the law. They don't know what their job is, and they don't care, and they don't care to know. They don't
Shit,
follow
I'd be
the.
in trouble.
That's not the case in my city. They make too much
I'm
money
mentally
and they're
nuts.
too exposed. They're too exposed. And here, everybody's got a cell phone. Once the cop gets out of hand, they're on. You film from like 8 angles.
I saw a video of a New York City cop say "F the Constitution." If
So
if
what? There's 40,000 cops. All some of them are total dicks.
he said, if they don't have to go by it, then I don't have to either.
I want that guy fired.
Mm-hmm.
I even saw a video of a cop going and accosting a 16-year-old girl at a fast food joint. That's that
Remember
video.
the part where I said we throw like 8 or 9 fucked up cops in jail for a really
Yeah.
long time every year? Yeah. That guy's is now got a Megan's Law rap and will never be able to have a computer again. You go to jail if you misbehave as a New York City cop. Do some get away with it? Sadly, yes. Is any system perfect? Absolutely not. Would this work in another town? I don't fucking know. I just know that here, police response time is 2 minutes, and you get a reasonable guy who will scream and curse till the situation ends if he can. He'll try to shout you down before he arrests you. In my town, you have to talk your way into getting arrested. It's not worth it for the cop. They don't want to do it. They want to be on the street keeping people safe.
Best thing you can do if you encounter a cop in California is if you can get away, get away. But if you can't, don't say anything to them. Do not say a word. Because they will fish for you to say something that will incriminate you, and then you're done going to jail.
But we're talking, here it is. We're comparing New York, which is maybe the highest regarded police force in America, with LA, which is the lowest regarded police force in America's major cities and has what's thought of as the worst police academy. You can leave New York City as a patrolman and go to another town. If you have 10 years on the job, they'll make you the fucking chief of patrol. You can't do that from LA. You're stuck in LA. If you lose your LA job, maybe you can go somewhere else worse, like Oakland. But like we have like wandering officer law here. You can't be fired from another cop job and be a cop here. Fuck you.
Hey, I have to disagree. Mayberry has the best law enforcement.
You're right, until that episode of Star Trek Miri where the whole town gets wrecked, and then they wreck it again in a couple other episodes. But I agree. Landrew ran Mayberry best.
I don't agree. Landrew ran Mayberry best.
Wait, Cap, I think that Jack Ben is not of the body.
Femputer ran Mayberry best.
No. Barney ran best when...
I get that reference.
Yeah. I got
somebody watch more.
Barney ran it best. You had Otis. He just went to the drunk cell all on his own. It was perfect there.
Yeah, that's the part they don't. The part they don't reveal is the mayor and head alderman of Mayberry is actually Otis. And I think the kingpin of if we made Mayberry now in the spirit of Robin Hood, the Robin with a Y Hood, right? Kingpin of crime, Floyd the barber. Get the boys from the clan together. Free haircuts for everyone after we do the wrong thing. Why are you so angry? I got drunk and had sex with Aunt B. Had to wake up next to that fucking bear. How much to do Aunt B, guys? How much money would it take?
If you like that sort of thing, you should check out Craig Shoemaker. He's a really good comedian. He does a bit where he plays Don Knotts as a Nazi.
Don Nazi.
Don Nazi is what he calls it. So he walks around as Barney Fife. He does the voice, and he starts saying stuff that a Nazi would say. It's hilarious.
That's also like $100,000 pyramid category, isn't it? Things a Yahtzee would say for 200. Okay.
So if he's your partner on the pyramid show, you'll really get Don Nazi.
Or I want you to sing the horse vessel song.
It was hilarious. I can't find the clip anymore. I don't think it's on the internet anymore.
You want to see a great $100,000 pyramid clip? Just any William Shatner appearance. He cannot prompt people. And one time he threw his chair. It's great. He gets so frustrated. The only time he ever won was when he was the contestant and the celebrity guest. He gave the clues to himself.
Oh boy. That was another one. Craig Shoemaker does a thing where he pretends like he's Don Knotts. He does the Don Knotts voice when getting having sexy time with his wife. It's funny. It's hilarious.
Don Knotts and Mick Jagger used to be accused of separated at birth.
I heard Don Knotts was a Lothario when he was younger.
I'd hope so. Hey, anyone hear the new Stones record?
I don't listen to music.
It's good.
I can't.
Their new bass player. Their new bass player might be okay. It's this guy Paul McCartney. I don't know if he's going to work out. He might have a talent for the bass. I don't know what he brings to backup lyrics.
He's freaking overrated.
You know what? In any argument about who's the best bass player, you can actually kind of just throw McCartney out there, and it's very hard to refute.
The only thing I know about the Beatles is that crazy documentary where they said that Paul actually died back in the 60s, and John Lennon was giving clues in the...
The truth is,
album.
Paul did die, but it wasn't of embarrassment on the release of Ebony and Ivory.
Oh, yeah.
The song was so fucking bad. He had a slight brush with his first brush with death was when they released Coming Up. I'm sorry, I had to finish the joke.
The best part about Ebony and Ivory is the joke they did on SNL.
Yes, Sinatra and Sammy Davis Jr. was it, or Sinatra and
Eddie and Wonder. Yeah,
that was funny. And also, the Sinatra duets with Joe Piscopo as Sinatra. Was it Joe Piscopo as Sinatra, or was it? No, it was Phil Hartman as Sinatra and Adam Sandler as Bono.
Daryl Hammond was the impression guy by that time when they did
for the one where they have Adam Sandler as Bono.
Yeah. Daryl Hammond was the impression guy on SNL at that time. And then I think Mad TV had the best impressionist in the business at the time, Frank Caliendo. It's just they never did it. They never really caught on with anyone, Mad TV. And they were more prophetic than any comedy troupe ever.
I think their network situation was a mess.
Yeah, it was. They had it was awful. Fox was just plain retarded.
Yeah, because with someone as dependable as Artie Lang to show up for work and do a great job without having any problems, they sure didn't get it off the ground. And I think Peg Hill was on Mad TV.
Oh man, they had.
Isn't Kathy Najimy on Mad TV, right?
No, not Kathy Najimy. They had what's her face, Alex Borstein. She later on went to go work for Seth MacFarlane.
Yeah, she's the mom from Family Guy. She's Lois Griffin.
Yes, and she's also Mrs. Swan. That's her other character that she did. That's
looking like a man.
Yeah, Mrs. Swan even showed up on Family Guy a couple of times. That's how famous that character was. So there were people doing character work on there that's well known. It's just people don't know the show that it comes from. Because Mad Magazine was culturally irrelevant when that show started.
And also, like, when week to week, you don't know what time the show's freaking coming on, and you only catch it when you catch it.
I
Michael
only
McDonald
watch.
was excellent on that show.
I only watch Mad TV waiting for the Spy versus Spy.
Yeah.
That was a reason to watch. At the time, I didn't really like the show. There was a couple of characters on there that I watched, and most of their stuff was just not funny. But Phil Lamar was on that show, and he played the UPS guy. That's another famous Mad TV sketch. He just played a UPS guy that wouldn't stop moving.
Isn't it? Do you think one of the things that hurt him was people just wanted more in living color, and they got that instead?
Pretty much. And I don't know what was wrong with the Wayans brothers that they couldn't do that show again. Did they just quit?
If we had to come up, if we had to be funny for 8 straight years, we might be like, you know what? We weren't quite as funny last year. We're just going to slowly move away and then like try to crank out one funny movie a year.
Oh, because they are funny. They're always funny. It's something they couldn't. I think they couldn't work under the constraints of censors. That's where they. But the censors are there so they can get around it. And getting around censors is what makes it funny.
Agree, because Howard Stern was only funny on regular radio.
There you go. He because when he got away with something, it was amazing. Every time In Living Color pushed the envelope and got away with something, that's what was funny about the show. All the times, even Carson back in the day, all those comedians working around the censors is why they were funny.
Does In Living Color have the best Star Trek skit?
I don't know. I don't think so. But I do think it's pretty funny. I think Jim Carrey's Kirk impression is crap.
And that's why the Kirk that they have on Strange New Worlds is doing a Jim Carrey Kirk impression.
Yeah.
God damn, you're right. Holy shit, you just made it come together in my head. Yep.
I've been saying that for what? How long, Cap? I've been saying it for quite a while. That the Kirk on Strange New Worlds was Jim Carrey.
That's why you have a standing invite onto my show.
I've never seen an episode of that, and I'm glad I haven't. I'd rather just keep watching Star Trek Continues, which is far superior to anything they're doing now.
Agree.
And it's a fan film. Vic Mignogna is a better Kirk than anyone, really. He's great.
William Shatner might have a little on him.
Well, yeah,
just a little, but
that's like you don't even bother mentioning that. Of course,
it's like Bond. There's Connery and everyone else.
Pretty much, except for Pierce Brosnan is my James Bond. I'm sorry, that's just me. I was
a lot of people loved him. I think it was the anticipation because he's only in one good Bond movie. He's good in every role, but he's in like 1.5 good movies, like GoldenEye, good. Tomorrow Never Dies. Okay, so 2 good. Both of them are good, but then it falls off a cliff, man. The one with Halle Berry.
I'm going to say something controversial again because Roger Moore is my Bond.
I would say that to me, it's Timothy Dalton, so it just depends the Bond you came of age with, but I love Roger Moore.
Well, just like Dean Cain is my Superman. I don't hate Christopher Reeves as Superman, but Dean Cain is my Superman. It's only
and I was watching George Reeves long before any of you were.
Well, yeah, I mean, Adam West is my Batman.
That's right. Adam West is my Batman.
And I don't have a problem with Adam West either.
Like Carter's my Wonder Woman, God damn it.
If anyone ever expresses a problem with Adam West, I walk off that panel no matter whose show it is. I will not bear any insult to the great name of Adam West.
Nope.
Adam West was better on Family Guy.
Since that's not an insult, I'm okay with it.
John Wesley Shipp is my Flash.
Definitely. Excellent movie.
What's the episode of Family Guy?
It's a TV series.
I know, but the original pilot is a movie, so they film it like a movie. It's long like a movie. I think the doggone pilot ends like 3 times.
Sci-Fi Mommy's right. She is to me too. And by the way, what was the best 5 minutes of Wonder Woman 1984?
When Linda
Carter. Yeah. Now I didn't see the 1,983 movies that led up to it, so I didn't do my research, but I think it might have sucked.
When I was a little boy, I remember watching Linda Carter on TV, and I was like, okay, I can't stop watching that. And
cool. It was kind of cool in syndication when I was a kid, when it was Wonder Woman followed by Charlie's Angels.
Oh boy. If you didn't know you were a heterosexual male, I don't think you ever would.
Oh, I realized it. As a kid, I was like looking at Wonder Woman, so what the hell's going on down here?
I want to find out I wish I had found out my orientation the way Neil Patrick Harris had. I mean, I would have liked to still be what I am. I'd still like to be hetero, but Neil Patrick Harris decided what he was while he was having sex with Christine Taylor from the Brady Bunch movies, Ben Stiller's wife. Yeah, he was like, this is so bad, I guess I'm gay.
Wow.
Howard Stern asking Ben Stiller, what's it like to know that your wife was the final straw, and Neil Patrick Harris decided to be gay, and Ben Stiller's reaction back when Howard Stern was on real radio.
Wow.
It's like, oh, you didn't know that was in his book? Oh, yeah, it is.
Wow. That man is such a disappointment now. He's so weird, Howard Stern. I don't understand. COVID must have made him go nuts.
It's been so long since I heard him, I can't speak to it. He was funny in the 20th century.
He's not funny anymore. He's a whiny baby.
He is such a grandma now.
Is it just him and Robin sitting there kvetching? Is it just basically the end of his old show where he did the news and complained?
No.
Okay.
He attempts to be funny. He just can't do it anymore.
He's kind of like
still probably a good. Is he a decent interviewer at all? Should I watch the interview with him and Keith? Oh, I mean, I want to hear what Keith has to say.
I think he has TDS really bad too. So he's like that.
I've seen that disease go both directions.
And just nobody has anything nice to say about the man nowadays. When people were saying they just think that he's such a fraud now. He makes his living, makes his fortune off of being profane and disgusting, and then goes hard in the paint against all of that stuff now. He's against all of it.
That's sad to hear.
He's had too much Bird of Prey 5 soy drinks.
He's been watching Bird of Prey 5. That's what it is. When I watch Bird of Prey 5, I find myself cheapened as a broadcaster, and it's hard to go on then for the rest of the week.
Hey, now, no bad words for Bird.
No, he's great. It's just, like you see that level of amazing Star Trek stream, and you're like, man, that's like I got to raise my game, and that's when I like lean into it and watch those painful episodes of Deep Space Nine that I didn't want to experience. Did you know that Keiko had to be fired from the Federation school because she was a supremacist? Well, the Bajoran school because she was a Federation supremacist. That was an interesting episode.
Yeah, I think most of the Federation is a commie wonderland. I think Mark Twain was right.
Now, new Trek, sure, but like that wasn't Gene Roddenberry's intent.
Next Generation Trek is a commie wonderland because Gene Roddenberry wanted it to be that way. He wanted it to be some sort of socialist utopia, and he didn't. He went out of his way not to say that because he knew that it would piss people off. This is
But he
written.
did. But those people aren't supposed to be exactly Homo sapiens. They've taken a half an evolutionary step forward. They're not exactly like us. When they run into people from our time, they're like, "Okay, super monkey."
And that's the other part about it. That episode when they unthaw those people from the 20th century, they he never
Tomorrow,
specifically says that they are
talking about
evolved.
tomorrow is yesterday.
I guess that's what it's called. I don't.
Maybe they're just being conceited about it, right? Maybe they're like sort of like modernist supremacists to their time, but like Captain
Incredibly.
Kirk, Captain Kirk and
No.
McCoy.
He's talking about the episode where they come across the ones that were cryogenically froze. The one was a big capitalist. Another was a wife that didn't even want to be froze, but her husband didn't want to let her go.
Right. One was
then
Keith
the other
Richards.
one was, and one was the big alcoholic that.
It was Keith Richards. He played guitar and drank too much, so they froze him. And when he came out, he just kept drinking and playing. They're like, they replaced his liver, and they're like, "Our alcohol doesn't damage you." Yeah, that guy was great. That was a great episode.
And he didn't even need to be froze all for that long. He could have just waited till the 80s, and Bones could have gave him a pill to give him a new kidney.
I would have loved if that was the Orville. The line would have been: 3 of these people are cryogenically frozen, and 1 self-pickled with alcohol.
Yeah. The thing I liked about that episode is that Captain Picard busts himself out as being this ridiculous, borderline communist when he yells at Ralph Offenhouse for being a capitalist.
But here's the thing: he saves the day. He's the hero of that episode, and Captain Picard has to humble himself and realize that he's been a modernist. There's no way. I mean, I can't help the fact that I think that I'm a little bit better than somebody who lived like in caveman times. I guess like I just think Homo sapiens are better than Cro-Magnons, and I'm sorry to the Cro-Mag community.
And
hey, you know what the creepy thing about that episode was, though?
What?
Deanna's sitting there with that woman and decides to try to find if she had any relatives. And it was
they
like
stalk her family,
grandson or whatever. And the big reaction out of the woman is, "Oh, he looks just like my husband." And she had this look like, man, she's going to go back and try to mack him.
Yeah, because she's 6 generations removed and technically not related to him. Yeah, and if she asks Beverly Crusher what to do, she's going to get terrible advice because we see how Bev chooses. It's like, are you a ghost? Like checking off things to date Bev. Are you a ghost? No. Will you one day be a robot ghost? Yes. Okay, I can date Picard.
Be a ghost, an anaphasic life form that can ravage me sexually whenever I feel like it. Please say yes.
If Riker can have sex with any alien he wants, so can Bev.
Well, Riker only had sex with random aliens when he was trapped inside of a hospital and suffering from internal bleeding.
That was no random alien. That was Lilith from Cheers, and I would do that too, even if she looked like the alien she was with the webbed hands, because she's hot.
My favorite part of that whole scene is when she grabbed his hand and says, "My alien." It's so freaking creepy.
A lot of people from Cheers show up on Next Generation.
Yes, they do. Fraser Crane is a captain who got stuck inside that loop thingy that they were all stuck in. You don't remember that episode?
Oh, I do. Because they had to keep trying to figure out how to prevent the Enterprise from slamming into the other ship.
From self-destructing.
That was the only good part of that episode. Wasn't that the Diana-centric one where she's just having 1 moon circles and she's like wearing her? Okay. There's similar episodes. There's a couple of similar episodes where we have time loops.
It's called a Tychon's Rift. That's what they called it. And they would get to a certain point in their journey, and they repeat it, and they loop back around, and they keep going until they get to that point where the ships collide, and then they would loop again, and then they start remembering the loop because they've done it so many times, and they never specifically say how many times they've done it, but you can guess that they probably did it like over a million times, maybe even 1,000, close to 1,000. And they forget every time they go through the loop, and they have to send themselves messages in some sort of field inside the ship,
I
and they
remember
send.
what you're saying. I remember what you're alluding to now, because there's two similar episodes. One is Deanna can sense that they're going to collide with another ship, but that ship's an alien ship. And there's
Yeah,
another empath on the alien ship, and they
no,
can't directly communicate. She just has a feeling, and the whole episode's boring. And it's just like, even though she's kind of cute, like she's just kind of hanging in midair in her weird, like purple
show
outfit
her
at that
bum,
time.
camera goes right up on her bum, and you can see her bum, and she's floating in the thing, and she's trying to communicate with aliens.
Well, if the
Trying to,
episode's going to suck, Gene Roddenberry knew how to give us something. The old
yeah,
Star Trek people knew how to give us something if the episode was going to be terrible.
she has to
But
communicate with aliens. Then they don't speak with each other, and they're on the opposite side of a different reality in a different place. And they had to throw hydrogen into the hole that they were
the
stuck
only
in.
the only thing I would say about the episode where they're in the Tychon's Rift is that I think it was like maybe 15 to 75 times, because the new Trek people would have to go through it a million times. Like Picard,
They were
like
in there.
I once would have said 10 times, but then I saw Star Trek Picard, so I'm going to say like 75 times.
Well, when they came out of it, they were able to figure out how long they were in there because they checked the clocks and they had to redo everything, I think.
It was
All
like
right,
3 weeks.
I have to share something because JP's, you are wrong.
Ooh.
Down below, Cap.
I can't see it.
Lilith is too freaking hot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I remember that episode of Cheers.
We remember these details, Darren, because some people like studied and went to college, went to school, and like we blew that off and we're watching Star Trek and trying to figure out a way to like get by. We made poor life choices. We know everything about Star Trek. At least that's my story.
Oh, yes. I know everything about Star Trek, but for me, I can't forget. If I see something like 2 or 3 times, I can't forget it. I can't forget Star Trek because it stays in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many stories that I will sometimes confuse the same theme. Like we've hit like ultimate computer type story 3 or 4 times. We use doubling people with the transporter or combining people with the transporter 1 or 2
That's if
times. You know what I mean?
you're
Or
doing.
two
That's if
Vicks.
you're no
That episode. I'm sorry, Ken and Jack, but that Tuvix episode deserved a better fate. That's when we found out for sure that they couldn't do the kind of drama and they lacked the depth of TNG with the Tuvix episode, because they shortcut to the end. I remember even thinking at the time, right now in 1996, we could clone Tuvix and preserve his species. That was like his one thing that he said that was like I get that they like I love how it's played when Tuvix pleads for his life. Like Tom Paris, like the guy doesn't know what to do, so he just sort of stares at him and then looks away while he's making his appeal. But that was the one thing he was right about. Is like, you say you seek new life, I'm it, and Janeway's like, I'm going to delete him, and like they don't save his cells, they don't store him in the transporter, and they don't clone him.
Oh.
And Kirk would have found a way to beam out 1 and bring back 3. Call me crazy.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just checking. My headset crapped out on me, so I gotta
What I said was Kirk could have beamed out 3 and 1 and brought back 3. Does anyone else think that Kirk could have probably solved the Tuvix conundrum?
The Tuvix
We still may have
story
never
is
seen Tuvix again.
That's what I don't realize, that most of the problems they have with Voyager is that some of the Voyager stories are original Star Trek stories in terms of their tone and their setup in the modern era. Like the episode where Threshold is a Kirk story. Because if it had happened to Captain Kirk, no one would care. If Captain Kirk turned into a lizard because he reached the warp 10 barrier, no one would care. But because it happened to Janeway, everybody says it's a piece of crap episode, which I don't agree. Most of the time,
I would
there's
have
a
said
episode, I don't agree with it at all.
we could have undone some of the damage if it had been like warp 20, because we've gone warp 13 and stuff a few times and everyone was just fine. That's the thing. The reason people didn't like that story is because it didn't make sense with what we knew.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that they're constantly changing the warp scale anyway. They're changing the warp scale anyway, and every time they try
I
to
disagree with that. I don't concur with that. Where is it? Tell me the episode and movie where they say the warp line used to be this, now it's this. They don't.
But they do, because they say the top warp speed was a certain speed in the original series, and then they change it when they get to TNG. They changed it for TNG.
No, not really.
They changed it for TNG. They
Not
changed
really.
it for TNG, and they changed it when they came up with trans warp. Is when they changed it.
They changed it in Voyager.
They changed it to TNG because warp 9.9 is the maximum speed that the ship can go. When they were doing the original series, when they did the original series, they traveled warp. They've traveled at warp 13 and higher in certain episodes. When aliens would take over the ship and fiddle with the warp drive, they would like.
Or when, I'm sorry, when they themselves would go behind the sun as fast as they could to go back and forward in time.
Yes. Yes. And they did it a lot. They did it more than once too. They did a slingshot maneuver around the sun. And they did it in a couple of episodes where they went back in time to observe the 1960s, and Steve McQueen showed up.
And they did it in the episode where the planet was collapsing in on itself and they had to restart the engine and try to get away from the planet, and it caused them to go back like 3 days.
Yep.
So what did they do when they met themselves? How did they resolve that? Did they even resolve that?
They just basically said they were going on to their next mission.
They just lived those 3 days over again?
And they stayed away from everybody. Yeah, it was stated that like they had 3 days to relive, and like let's not do anything to cause any more problems if we are out there. They're like, let's not be too curious. Let's just business as usual, and the episode sort of ends. So they leave that hanging, if I'm correct.
Yeah,
but the thing is,
they just stated that they were going to go and continue on to their next mission that they had.
Right, and then maybe they arrive early because at some point they're going to overrun the point in time where there's two of them, and it's going to be before they get where they're going. Like they're like, "What speed?" He's like, "Well, let's not go too fast." Right? Isn't that how it ends? It's like, let's take our time getting there. It's sort of like, every casual Friday for 3 straight days while we get over this fucking crazy experience we just had.
So they end it like they did back in the day when in the TNG episode when they go, "Hey, Mr. Crusher, if you see any holes, steer clear of it." That's how they get around all the trauma they just experienced with being captured.
The thing I don't like is that once we establish that they can rewind time and they have really good control, I can forget about that for the episodes where things go wrong. You know what I mean? Where things go sideways and they can't fix it. Like, because they can rewind time. It's like, we lost 2 people. It's like, all right, let's go behind the sun. You know what I mean? They could just pull that every time. So, I mean, I'm okay with that, but it's when they forget they can do it in a movie like Star Trek Generations. They didn't have to follow that Borg ship back. That was so stupid and so convenient, and I started to hate the movie when that happened.
I don't care when the movies do things like that, because they're setting a precedent for another thing. When they're setting a precedent, that old thing that you're thinking about no longer applies.
Right, but when has that become pissing into the reservoir tank of a super soaker?
Huh?
When does that become just peeing right into the reservoir tank of your super soaker?
I don't know. I'm
Well,
not. I don't get the ref.
I still question how in First Contact they never explained how they got back to the present because it was the Borg ship that
The
got him
rift.
into the past.
Yep.
Ask Jordy, can you open a rift to get us back to our time? And he said, yes, I can. I've
Well,
already
that's
done
fucking stupid and
it.
crazy
But
right
how,
there.
how would he know? Because it was the Borg that did it in the first place. So there's no way that
Exactly.
Jordy should have known
They
how to
had to
open some
follow
sort of a.
DJ's
They,
100% right.
they
Yeah.
followed them back in time because they were caught in the temporal rift that the Borg ship opened. That's
It
what
was even
protected them
Yeah.
from
Yeah, it was even a
being
little worse than
changed.
that. DJ is correct. Like they see
Open.
the rift,
See,
they
this
see
is
the
the
rift,
problem.
and then they jump into it, and they have to stay inside of it, and they're afraid it's going to collapse, and that's just to create jeopardy. And as a Star Trek fan, I would have preferred to see like they see the planet is Borg, and there's a Borg cube like there, like ready to go after them, and as they're running away, we have like make the movie 4 minutes longer, and they'd be like, we have to use the sun dive protocol to go behind the sun and rewind time and undo whatever they fucked up, and that would have been fine.
See, that right there is okay if you want to do that. But most people forget that the Federation is at or probably at a higher level of technology than the Borg, because they said that the Borg only know.
Wait, no, that's not in no way true.
No, the
No,
Borg was way higher in technological scale because
let
they
me
were the
explain.
ones that.
They
Yeah.
could take on us, the Romulans, and the Klingons all at once and most likely prevail. It's only their stupid plan and the script that saves us from the Roddenberry iteration of the Borg. You want to go with Voyager Borg from the Delta Quadrant? We see 15 Borg cubes get blown up at once in one of the stupidest delivered lines ever. It was too much of an overstatement. You can't make statements like that.
The Borg only know what they assimilate. That's what people don't understand.
But they assimilated 4/5 of an entire galaxy.
Again, they only know what they assimilate. Their knowledge doesn't increase the way that a humans would, and they're not creative either. They don't have creativity.
Is Brandon backstage still?
They can't expand on the knowledge that they gain.
But they can take over somebody else.
It doesn't matter how many people they assimilate. They don't expand on the knowledge they gain. And if
But what if they assimilate even smarter people?
Everyone on the ship is not only knowledgeable, but they're also creative. They also have the creative aspect of a human being that can make more of what they know. They can always gain.
The Borg?
Huh?
The Borg?
No. Humans.
Oh.
Humans can make more of what they know. They don't have to assimilate in order to learn things. They can learn from mistakes. They've fought the Borg before many times. They've learned from their mistakes. The Defiant is proof of this.
It doesn't do much good in First Contact.
The Sovereign class Enterprise is also proof that they've learned from their mistakes.
They lose like so many fucking ships in that movie. That's not a success. I mean, that is a successful defense.
The reason they lose the ships is because they didn't let Captain Picard take control from the very beginning of the battle. They had them doing a shakedown cruise when they should have been monitoring the Borg and
we could talk about whether or not that's stupid on its own, you know. That was another stupid thing about that movie. First Contact is a very stupid movie.
I don't
like,
agree.
Wait, hold on. In our military, if we had a sus captain of an aircraft carrier, we pull him off and put on a better captain and send in our best aircraft carrier. We don't say, here comes the biggest threat to humanity. We're going to send out wooden sailing ships because the captain of the nuclear carrier was once like a Borg. Yeah, we fucking fire him.
If he already had it was because he said because they didn't like that they didn't want him to fight the Borg. He already had to go ahead to be a captain. He got it a long time ago. He had the go. He had the clean bill of health a long time ago, and for many years after he became Locutus. So if they were, and those people that okayed him to be the captain again were the ones that okayed him to do it, not the ones that were in charge of Starfleet at that time when they were fighting the Borg in First Contact, because they also have turnover on jobs and everything else. Yeah, and I don't think the movie is stupid. I think there's plot holes, which a smart person that knows the lore could close. But the people who make the movies don't know the lore.
They had made really good stories up until then. They started fucking up from generations.
Star Trek's biggest problem is they never let go of Wrath of Khan. They won't ever let it go. They need to knock it off with the stupid Wrath of Khan. I hate that movie for that reason.
Are you referring to what's on TV now that they call Star Trek?
No, I'm referring to Star Trek as a storytelling medium and as a thing. I don't like the story of Wrath of Khan because of the plot holes. I don't like.
I have to tell you, I hate to say this, but I don't know. I don't know if you're aware of this, but if you don't like that movie, in my opinion, you have like a fundamental dislike of Star Trek.
I don't know. Star Trek 6 has the biggest plot hole and fuck up ever.
What's that?
If you don't like Wrath of Khan, if you can't overlook the plot hole, and I don't know which one you mean, there's a couple of problems. No movie's perfect. Which one? Name one.
All of them. Specifically, Spock's death. Spock's death is the dumbest thing about that movie.
Okay, I cried, but let's just assume for a minute you're right and it's dumb. Why?
Why? Because they have a machine that leaks radiation and no radiation protocol or suit that they can go. They have to go in there and fix it.
Yes, they do. They can fix it in about 10 minutes, but they have. They have about 2 minutes, and they need about an hour.
Yeah.
So because of this reason,
ever came up in any other ship discussions? Any other ship? No other ship ever had that scenario.
Wait, hold on a second.
Never happened.
There's another ship that there were other ships that had that problems, and they fucking lost them. There was also another ship that was about to blow up with a solar system-wide explosion, and if they didn't go light speed, there was no getting away from it. It was kind of like if you saw Independence Day. Remember when Air Force One takes off during the explosion?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if the plane didn't take off, like they would have died. Yeah, like it's like that.
I just don't buy it. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that they don't have a way to fix that thing. Being a highly advanced spacefaring civilization, they don't have a way to fix that.
They do have a way to fix it.
So they do.
They can fix it.
Why didn't they do it?
Because there wasn't enough time to do the standard protocol to cleanse the radiation out.
Or even the biggest emergency protocols. The only thing to do was there was no way to do it with no one surviving, and they never built that protocol. But clearly people were aware of how to do it. And I mean, to call that stupid, I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion and stuff, but
I don't buy the reason Khan is able to do what he does. I don't buy that either. I
don't buy that Khan and his crew could just miraculously figure out how to run a starship so quickly.
They did it once before, though. They do it once before. Khan has taken control of a ship that was. Khan has taken control of a ship from only 15 years earlier, and he has access to, basically a smartphone, and he has a little bit. Dude, if you hate Wrath of Khan, I'm sorry, but you don't.
But Star Trek 6 is the one that has the biggest fuck up.
It has a
What
few
is
plot
it?
holes. Which one do you want to talk about? I mean, I'll admit that. I admit all the movies have
Because
plot
of the
holes.
facts, who was out studying the gaseous anomalies?
I don't remember.
Was it Enterprise
It
A, right?
was it was Sulu
In the Excalibur?
in the
Or the
Excelsior.
Excelsior, sorry, yeah.
They
Sorry.
had all the equipment on that ship out doing, and then miraculously, oh, Kirk can go down, or it's Kirk's Enterprise that can put the torpedo together so quickly to go for the Klingon tailpipe. No, it would have been Excelsior that had all the equipment to do it so quickly.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we saw somebody
They
in the
did it by
form
hand.
of we saw someone in the form of me and Bialik destroy the plot of Raiders of the Lost Ark in a way that almost holds up. You know what I mean? That famous thing from Big Bang Theory where she talks about what would have happened if Indiana Jones wasn't on the island. So, like that, and the part where the way he gets from the boat to the island are sketch. Those are real plot holes, but like Raiders of the Lost Ark is such a good movie that by the time it makes those two mistakes, they might be fundamental, but like I'm in a forgiving fucking mood. I've just been really entertained for like 70, like right? Where are we when we take the plot convenience of getting to the island?
And
I
Last
haven't
Son points out another point. Last Son points out another point for Star Trek: Wrath of Khan. Not figuring they couldn't figure out SETI Alpha 6 was SETI Alpha 5 and all that. They knew what the damn system was. They should have known Kirk had left Khan on there, and they when they came into the solar system, they should have known that there was a damn planet missing.
Those are 3 check marks for yes, but I mean this is the problem that this is my justification. It's not theirs, right? This is my in-world explanation. You ready? Enterprise is really, really, really far out in the show, right? It's supposed to be like at the edge of anything, and when it does come back, it never goes to Earth. It goes to like a distant star base that's on the edge of the frontier, and that's like the closest hub. Like they are like exploring. They're also having other things happen. Every once in a while, they go to a world that needs them, but it's assumed that they have a patrol area too that they're responsible for, like some of the other starships, right? So I don't know. I'm ready to forgive it.
My biggest problem with Khan in general is the fact that a military organization such as Starfleet would not give a military despot from the 20th century any sensitive information at all, because they know exactly what he did when he was the ruler of his land and the kind of person that he is. They wouldn't.
They
They wouldn't
don't.
even.
They don't.
They
He
have the
steals it.
history. They have the
He
history of
steals it.
Spock.
Oh, you're talking about in Space Seed when they let him read everything. That's a problem in the show. It's supposed to show how altruistic they are and that they can't. I think that's supposed to show that Khan is like more rotten than a 23rd century human because he would do something like that.
The only way Khan gets away with anything on the ship is he starts hitting people, and he convinces the historian she wants his D. That's the only reason why he even gets away with any of it. And at the end, she switches sides and changes her mind. And
He memorizes how to take over and blow up the ship in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I don't buy it. I just don't buy that somebody you try and
My point again would be this is a fundamental core Star Trek story beloved by fans, and I disagree that it's overused. I think that for the most part, until we get to the end of the run with Enterprise, they're respectful of the Khan story, and even Enterprise's 3 episodes about the augments, as they start calling them.
I don't mind the augments.
I didn't mind that at all, and
what? I'm just saying
if you find Space Seed preposterous, like you're just like what's a good Star Trek episode? What's a good TOS episode?
Space hippies.
Okay, look, there are like 2 or 3 that I
Patterns of Force.
Excellent. Okay.
Do you like And the Children Shall Lead?
No. Devil in the Dark, Day of the Dove, and let's see, Arena.
They're all great.
Excellent episode.
I'm just glad he didn't say Miri.
Yeah.
I like that one too.
But I
it's
enjoy Mary. I don't. It's not great, but I enjoy Mary. It's very enjoyable. One of the things, like I had put together with Cap and other people.
I don't find any of the episodes that most people find objectionable.
But you don't find the episodes that people who are considered the more core and true fans who are not new Trekkers consider beloved and core good.
I didn't say it wasn't good. I said I personally don't buy the reasoning behind what they're doing. It doesn't make logical sense, and they try to claim it as being logical.
It's fundamental to Star Trek, though.
My problem with Miri is they find a fucking planet.
I think he's talking about
exactly
Spock,
like Earth.
Yeah.
Like Mayberry. You've been there.
Yeah.
Your avatar has been there.
Alternate Earths are done away with by the time we get to see. That's the other thing that nobody complains about. The whole duplicate Earth theory that they put out in the original series. You know, when they go to that New Rome or whatever, they found more than one planet like that. They went to a whole.
That's the thing that
piece of the action. You had gangsters.
Well, they caused that by mistake. They're a cargo cult. They're like the John Frum Society or some shit. But the other ones are, yeah, they do it a lot.
But the other one where
it was duplicate. Hang on, Kenjack. Deej, it was duplicate like human types, right? Like, and they
they had the Roman one, they had the Nazi one.
Yes. Those are duplicate Earths.
But then Miri, the whole freaking planet looked exactly like Earth.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing that the only reason I like those episodes and I kind of am protective of them is, as everybody knows, I went to Hodgkin's Grammar School, and Hodgkin's law of parallel development may be disproven and may not be great, but every day, when I would walk into that grammar school on Rigel, I would see that picture of Professor Hodgkins, and I would think that the law of parallel development enabled a few good stories, but the Sigma Iosians from A Piece of the Action, Deej, they're human-like, but if I get this right, when the Horizon gets there, it's like they have like, what would you say, Cap? Renaissance or American Revolution, like 1700s technology, right? Like it's like wind sails or maybe steam. They might have at the beginning of steam, right? It's like early. They had made it to like 1880, and the Horizon shows up, they had made it. I'm sorry, to like 1780. The Horizon shows up, and by the time the Enterprise gets there, they'd made it to 1960, but they were living like it was 1920 because they have better tech than they have stuff.
And it was all from reading a fiction book.
It's based on when Gene Roddenberry was in the Navy in World War II. He went to different places on duty and he'd heard the stories and maybe saw them. What happened was there were uncontacted people on these islands, and we didn't give a shit about them. We landed there, we built the fucking airstrip, and then like the GIs would just walk off base and give them a Coke, or give them a pack of smokes, or give them booze, and they would be like, "Whoa, these people must be gods." And then when we left at the end of the war, and a lot of people don't realize this, America's Pacific War participation was only 36. America's entire war was only about 38 months. We beat the shit out of the other side in World War II in just 3 years, and we're losing for the first 18 months. When we start winning, we never really lose again. We just take a high price for victory, and we start fucking them up. But we leave as soon as we came, and these people didn't know what the fuck happened once the planes and the cars and the people left. So they built their own fake air bases out of the woods, and they carved like control towers, and they made fake radios, and they dressed as American soldiers, and they marched in drills, and they waved airplanes in from the end of the runway for years, and it's still a recognized religion in New Guinea. That's what Piece of the Action is based on.
Okay, wait a minute. We got to go back to Khan for a minute. Sci-Fi Mombi puts out a good point. The only indigenous life form left on the planet with Khan were those little ear things that burrowed into your damn ear. What the hell they've been eating since the other planet blew up and theirs went fucked?
Exactly.
Khan's genetically superior mind has figured out a way to hydroponically grow some food or something, but you're right. The planet's overly hostile. It could have been a little nicer, and they could have had one more reason. And I'll tell you, you know what the real plot hole of it is to me? They're looking for a lifeless planet, right? When we go to Space Station Regular 1, where phase 1 of the Genesis project has been completed, what does Spock say about Regular? Lifeless, essentially a huge rock in space. But they're looking for the perfect dude. Your perfect planet's right there. Just launch the fucking Genesis device. It's right there. It's like kind of like Scott Evil. I have a Genesis device in my room. Launch it at fucking Regular 1.
Hell, they could have launched it at Venus for all they cared.
They weren't going to let them use it here, but yep. Kepler 486 planet, like solar system, whatever the next closest one is. No one give a shit.
Now, I see the Genesis device. I see the Genesis device. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I see the Genesis device as the peak of Federation technology. It shows that they are capable of doing a lot of things that they just don't do for whatever reason. They can make any world habitable. They could put it on the moon and have people live there. They
or
could
make any world, or delete any world. It's a Death Star.
They could, but
they make it by mistake. The cool thing
wouldn't allow them to do that. They would delete
not
the world.
not the Federation, a group of ambitious scientists. It mirrors Space Seed so well. It's like poetry. They're not like necessarily evil. They create the worst weapon ever.
I don't necessarily think it's pretty bad. It's not a bad weapon at all.
Did you see Search for Spock when the Klingons assessed the Genesis device?
The Klingons were worried that they were going to get wiped out because they made a lot of enemies.
Did you disagree with their assessment about how it could be applied?
No, I don't.
They reached the same conclusion as Spock, didn't they? And McCoy gets there before anyone else. That it's morally offensive.
The Klingons, because they're basically the jerks of the universe, have every reason to want that thing dead, gone, and disappeared, and not to let anyone have it.
Hey! Klingons are not the jerks of the universe.
That's the Romulans.
Romulans are the jerks.
The Klingons are the jerks of the universe. It's the same thing.
That's why I love Deej, by the way. Just reading my mind, bro.
Exactly.
All lefties try to excuse communism and don't recognize the atrocities it committed. That's why they put Che Guevara on a T-shirt. And the Klingons are
capitalists. Capitalists put an image on a T-shirt because it made them money.
And the useful idiots of the political party that
have money that's just as green as the biggest genius. And talk about, like if people like and their money, right? Like look at Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, look at Twitter and the rings of power. There's no correlation between your money and your intelligence.
And come on, Klingons can't be the biggest jerks because they did eventually a lot quicker come around to being friends with the Federation than the Romulans ever did.
It's true.
Only after their moon exploded.
It only took a moon for the Klingons. It took the entire Romulan solar system before, and they were still jerks afterwards.
But our Klingons totally make sense. The fact that their moon blows up and then we turn around and fucking help them. We only had 23 or 4 years of Star Trek leading up to the idea that the Klingons would absolutely react in a favorable way to that and not be dicks.
Yeah. And then the Klingons go and turn around and go to war with everyone again once they're in a good position.
They only did that because they didn't trust how things were going with the Dominion War.
I know, but also here's the thing: the Klingons retain their autonomy. While they are members with voting rights in the Federation, there's not a shitload of Klingons in the Federation until Worf. And also, they only start we do help them with a humanitarian mission, and they remain skeptical, and they do have problems with everyone. And the Romulans antagonize the situation by pretending to be the Federation and destroying a bunch of Klingon outposts and planets. And there's about to be another jump off. But if you see yesterday's Enterprise, the self-sacrifice of the Enterprise C saves where Worf, the Battle of Kittimer leads to the Kittimer Accords, and that also leads to the later on, like in the aftermath of that battle, is another engagement where they wipe out and delete a Klingon colony, and only Worf is saved. It's part of the same chain of events. And if it hadn't been for that, the Klingons never get fully on board. And even when they are fully on board, there's a point where they're like, we're going to go to war with ourselves, F you. And the Federation's like, oh, okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask you guys the same question I asked ChatGPT the other day. What do you think would happen if Captain Kirk got glowing, sparkly eyeball powers like his friend? What would he do with it? Do you think he'd keep it and be able to use it properly?
No.
No.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Captain Kirk would very quickly, before it got to him, talk to Spock and Bones, and he would say, like, what do I do? What do I do? And they'd sedate him, keep him calm. And as soon as he got to the level where he could do it, he would use the godlike powers to wish the godlike power.
Bones
he would use
not there at the time.
Ooh, you're right. So Dr. Piper and his bar, they would have figured out a way to sedate him, and Spock would have been in on this. And what they would have done is when he reached the level when he got sufficiently godlike, because this has to be a thing, right? When he got sufficiently godlike, before his ego got control of him, he would have been prepared for it, and he would have used the godlike powers to wish the godlike powers away. That's how Kirk would have handled it, man. You wrote like a...
I asked ChatGPT to write the story. I asked ChatGPT to write the story. What if Captain
Did they
Kirk
start by saying it was very un-Star Trek-like?
And I told him, say, what would Captain Kirk, what would he do if he got the glowing eye powers and became a superhero? And because I said became a superhero, that's what he did.
I think the glowing eye power shit is how the Q got started.
I don't think so. I think the Q are like the Metreons and the other ones. I think that's who they are. They just changed who they are over time. They're their offspring. Over time, they became busybodies who like to mess with people. And also, I think Trelane might have had something to do with it.
I still think Trelane's a Q too.
Yeah.
Trelane could very easily be a younger Q, because we find out in Voyager that they procreate. And by the way, Deej, I hadn't thought of that, but that is an amazing in-world explanation. That's something like what happened in Where No Man Has Gone Before, or Lights of Zatar kind of happened to him.
What was it again? I kind of missed it.
I'm just always thinking. I think weird shit.
It's really good Star Trek thinking, bro. I like where you went with that.
Absolutely.
That's a decent. That is decent.
About the glowing eye, it could have been a race that became the glowing eyed thing, and they just evolved into the Q.
Well,
wait, hold on. Can I just say this one quick? It occurs to me that energy barrier that they hit is a lot like the Deep Space Nine wormhole with the aliens inside that just like can level a person up or mess with them if it wants to.
There's many instances of non-corporeal life forms in Star Trek, even in the original series. There's the one with Zefram Cochrane. I can't remember, a companion. The companion, that creature or whatever it is was a non-corporeal life form, and then there's a few other ones.
I still want to get hooked up with a salt sucker that can shift into whatever I want.
I want Sylvia from Cat's Paw. Equally gross as a core person, but like as a core alien.
Actually, I want Terry Garr from Gary 7. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Definitely.
or Marriott Hartley, or we could just keep going with this one. Terry Hatcher's in an episode.
Hell,
down
Diana
the line.
Muldaur.
Yeah,
Diana
she
Muldaur back in the original.
Yeah. Which
Yep.
one?
Yeah,
Terry
the
Hatcher
one.
Bandit from the Rocketeer. She was in the episode with the fabulous Okana or whatever his name was.
Outrageous Acuna.
Yeah, him, the Han Solo, because that was a rip on Star Wars. That whole
It was the
episode
actor. It was the actor who. It was the actor who came in second place for Riker.
Yeah,
And he's basically Bruce Campbell in space. He's not quite Han Solo. He's closer to Bruce Campbell.
Yeah, he is.
All right. Well, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go get ready for this fucking fucked up day of work again.
I'm sorry to hear that, Deej.
Hopefully tomorrow it
Sorry,
rains
bro.
all day. Hopefully.
Maybe you can get that hypnosis they get in Office Space, where it's like, "Can I just forget about work and only become conscious when I come home afterwards?"
I wish. I wish actually I could have a transporter and split myself in half and just send the evil half out to work, and I could still stay home and
You never see a dime of the money.
The evil half would come home and be like, "I just got 3 promotions today, and also I got us a raise." How? Well, that's
Just
pretty
why not
ruthless.
Simplicity and clone yourself.
or maybe just upload myself into a robot body.
That'll work.
Ooh.
But then you'd end up like Picard because they don't let you have a body that doesn't feel pain or isn't your current age.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
That was because they're cheap motherfuckers. That robot should have been super strong.
Before I go, all I'm going to say about that shit was that was the perfect time they could have recast the younger actor as Picard and continued on with the series that way.
Yep.
I think they found out that no one reacts well to that. Because they're all bad robot and all those people do Disney, Star Wars, and Star Trek, I think what happened was that was a result of the Solo movie failing, where they decided they can't recast people too much unless they do it hatefully. They had already recast the SNW people.
All they needed to do was recast him with the one that they picked to be his son later on.
Or not have him in it at all. That'd be fucking great.
That too. How about not have him be a robot at all? Or have him go through
I would say never making the show would have been the right thing to do.
Picard proved my point that the Romulans are the biggest jerks because they had a big ass fleet that they still wanted to cause trouble and destroy things.
Yep.
Right. They passed on
their whole solar system blew up.
They passed on rescuing their own people and left it to the Federation so they could stay at war. And in true New Trek style, they had a dark secret about a secret organization within a secret organization inside a secretive society. It got so dumb.
Yeah. But that's not Star Trek, though. Nobody.
Well, no, we don't count it.
Picard
season 3 even sucked.
We all agree on
season
one
3
thing.
sucked too.
The panel is in accord on one thing. We all we found common ground.
There is no real Star Trek after Enterprise, folks. That's it.
We're having a friendly disagreement about plot and story.
I also wonder if they don't irreparably break their movie franchise in generations. Irreparably, that you would have to go before that and take an alternate path past it, or say that it never happened in your next project somehow.
And as I leave, just for Cap, it's been a long road getting from there to here.
It's been a long time, and my time is finally here. No. Captain, one of my you've been there for this a couple of times. One of my favorite Saving Star Trek things. You ever been there before the show when me and PDB go back and forth and sing the theme from Enterprise?
Never have.
It's a great way to get excited for the show.
I don't like it. I never will. It doesn't bother me as much as Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard. And I hate.
I like it better than Deep Space. I like it better than Deep Space Nine.
No,
Oh,
no. Deep Space Nine is a masterpiece of television, and nothing is better than Deep Space Nine.
If by that you mean if we had no Star Trek now, we'd be better off, then I can agree with that too.
Nothing is better than Deep Space Nine, and to be honest, I like Voyager, but I like Deep Space Nine more.
I like Voyager better, but that's me.
I don't hate Voyager. I don't hate Voyager at all. I don't like some of the things they did with some of the things on the show. I don't like a lot of the things they did. I don't think Chakotay should have ever put on a uniform. I don't care what anybody says. He never should have. He was a Maquis, and he should have stayed that way. He should have done what they asked, but not be a jerk about it. But he still should have never put on the uniform once he took it off. He didn't seem like the type of person that would do that. Why take it off?
I have a hard time nailing down what Chipotle is going to do any given week.
That's the thing. That's the thing. When they first started the series, he was a Maquis. That's what he was. And all of them.
Yeah, but even in the first episode that we have, Chipotle kind of goes back on his beliefs and changes what he really is. So he's inconsistent. But the thing is, the reason that Janeway gives him... Look, I'm not going to say they sold it well, and I'm not going to say that you have to buy it. But the logic of Voyager is a little weird, right? The logic of Voyager has some stuff assumed that you and I may not necessarily agree with. Like, Cap, would you say part of the logic of Voyager is that the crew doesn't like his food, but truly likes Neelix, for instance?
I don't think they always said that Neelix was annoying to some people, but he grows on them, and they learn to deal with his annoying nature, the things that he does. And people, and mostly New Yorkers, have a problem with Neelix. I've noticed that.
Expand on that.
Well, you guys are some of the more cynical bunches of cusses I've ever met, ever. And you guys, and you grew up in the 70s, did you not?
Yeah, something like that.
And you grew up in New York in the 70s, and people who grew up in the 70s and in New York often see people who are polite and jovial and are find it offensive because you think it's fake.
How many times you been here?
Not many, but I know the reputation that New Yorkers have. And
where are you from?
I'm from California. I'm from Northern California.
And you hate that too, right? Or no, you like Northern California. You hate Frisco and you hate LA,
no,
right?
Not really. I don't like the
You want to do me a favor, name where they're getting it right and when they got it right, because apparently New York all wrong since the 70s.
No, I didn't say that. I said New Yorkers as a people are
we hate jolly happy people. That's what you said, yes.
Yes. I think you find it as phony and disingenuous because cynicism and jest are the nature of that place.
Yeah, there's like 250 comedy clubs in this fucking city, but if you say so.
Cynicism and jest. That's what comedy is.
Isn't comedy what makes us laugh?
Comedy comes from pain and suffering.
Does it? Always?
More often than not. Comedians are not happy people to be around. They're not nice.
I don't. I mean, one thing that. Okay. Let me put on my Spock ears here. You're employing what is known as the Mott and Bailey fallacy, where a part of your argument makes sense, but the other part of the argument doesn't make sense.
Correct.
By defending the easily defensible part of your argument, you're able to make the part that doesn't make sense hold up a little more, while denying that that part is actually inherently flawed by using the fundamentally strong part of your argument, even though it isn't related. The Mott and Bailey fallacy.
I'm not familiar with that.
You kind of used it. You might be thinking just in terms of it. Yeah, people do think in terms of it. I'm going to tell you something. If you're a nice person, there's another thing about New York and its reputation, and I guess this didn't get out of town. Hey, Cap, you ever hear this one? Town so nice, they named it twice. We keep that one to ourselves. We never tell anyone that. And let me tell you something. I wish that New York City could aspire to the class of a place like Detroit. If we could just be more like Detroit, if we just got, if only, there are 280 million Americans, and 30 million of them are at work in Manhattan right now. And if only New York City could get it right, they could employ more than 10% of every single human being in America, regardless of age.
Function of the culture.
Goddamn,
if I grew up in a city where I had to deal with 3-card Monte guys and people trying to sell me crappy watches every 5 seconds, I would be a cynical little somebody so-and-so just as much as anyone else.
On the other side of the coin, if you're never exposed to anyone with bad intentions, you'll get to a point in life where you have a lot to lose and they'll take it all from you the first time you run into it. And you're saying that it would be better to perhaps be naive? Is that
somewhere in the middle?
Well, I mean, but we wake up every day. We make plans for tomorrow. We try to make a wage. We try to care about the people we love because we actually believe in the idea that the world will still be spinning in 25 years, and that there'll still be something worth living for to pass on for our kids. So how are we cynical?
It's a reputation. This is what I'm saying. It's a reputation. It's not accurate. It's not a disparagement. It's a reputation.
I am going to say right now that I feel disparaged by the idea that I would be called hateful of joy and happiness. It just doesn't feel great. Might be true.
Do you know anybody that doesn't regard somebody who has the personality like Neelix as annoying and doesn't like him and find it offensive?
Tom Paris?
No, I'm saying anybody that you know or anybody that you know who watches the character or finds those character traits offensive. Because
I don't know any human being like Alien Neelix whose like default traits are that, like, I guess his entire race kind of wants to be waiters. What do you think, Cap? Right? The Talaxians, they kind of like, it's like, would you like some more water? Right?
Yeah.
I know people in Europe also have the same view of politeness of people who serve. They also have that same view.
How many times have you been there?
I haven't been there, but I've seen a lot of people discuss this certain topic. I've watched a lot of videos about it. I've seen a lot of people who say, yes, this is how it is. And they when they come over to the States, they often see people being of service and being polite and saying hello and greeting them with a smile because they don't experience that. It's not part of their culture. It's unusual to them. And
if New York is so callous, if New Yorkers are so mean, if New Yorkers don't like to have fun, how come the biggest complaint I hear in bars is fucking tourists don't know shit about tipping? How did that happen? How did we get such fucking tourists? Why is that?
You just said the very sentiment that you just said is part of the stereotypical New York attitude.
What's that? That if someone works for you, you should pay for that in a capitalist society?
No,
I hate to tell you something, buddy. This is a capitalist town, man. New York is pretty business friendly. We have 15% of all Americans are working in Manhattan right now.
I agree. But what I am saying is that the reputation that New Yorkers have, that they have, And I don't know if it's deserved. But they have a reputation for being streetwise toughs. Let's just say that. It's a trope. It's a cliche.
All right, so that means that by virtue of you living in Northern California, you have like what's the trope for Northern California? I'm not going to deal in them. You tell me. You're the one telling us about the tropes.
Okay. The trope for somebody from California is
Northern California.
Same thing all over the whole of the state. Is one of these granola crunching Buddhist types, surfer dude. That's the stereotype for California.
That's one of several. I would also say, like, your governor is also a stereotype of California, and so is the guy who runs Disney as a different type of stereotype. And Kathleen Kennedy is yet another stereotype. And that in a state that big, we might have room for like 20, more than one stereotype.
Absolutely.
Yep. Maybe we do. I don't mean to. I wasn't trying to be insulting. I was just telling you. I was just trying to relate the impression that most people have of New Yorkers when they encounter, the streetwise tough.
Oh, that's perfectly okay. I don't worry about it. I muted my mic and pumped 5 shots into the hooker I have tied up here to blow off stress.
Hey, they wouldn't have created they wouldn't have created Liberty City if if it wasn't a cliche of a city of a town. It's Serpico. Anyone?
The movie's 50 years old.
Hey, it happened.
Did it?
The movie? Yeah. What's the other one? Taxi Driver, Raging Bull.
One of those is based on a real thing, and one of those is completely made up.
I know, but it's based off of people's experiences.
One movie is 41 years old, and one movie is 50 years old, and takes place 57 years ago.
And your point?
Okay. Things changed?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
I've been here the whole time. If you trust me, I got to tell you, like, things changed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, these are the things that are out there that are identified by that place. And it's part of the reputation that a place gets. And
it's just depressing to me to be part of 500 straight years of failure. I would say we must be pretty good to keep failing this bad for 500 straight years.
Being a streetwise tough is not a failure. It's a coping mechanism for the environment.
I think you have New York and Philadelphia confused.
I would tend to agree.
I don't think so. It's a coping mechanism for the environment you're in. That attitude, those things
but I haven't been in a physical altercation in my entire adult life.
Yes, but there are people who lived in that city who have.
There are people in every city who have.
Exactly. And they have they have similar kinds of attitudes.
I disagree.
There are 30 million people right now making money with totally different outlooks from every one of the other ones, and only some overlap between all of them. Right now, within 2 miles of my fucking house.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And that doesn't mean
We're
that
not,
what I said isn't any less a what I say it was because I'm kind of like half asleep here. It doesn't mean that
Coffee's a
what I
thing.
huh?
Coffee's a thing. Check it out.
Yeah, I know. I had some earlier, but I can't have too much because then the caffeine starts to get to me, and I'll be a nervous wreck all day. But but I'm just saying it's a reputation, it's a trope, and it's a powerful one because it pretty much starts from the beginning of the city. It's like Gangs of New York is a thing as well. That movie is another
I think in the beginning of the city was like maybe like when the Cro-Magnons that were here, right?
I don't
Wouldn't the
agree.
beginning of the city be like people
No.
hunting dinosaurs?
Oh,
Since
they
the
didn't have
tracks are here,
They didn't
we
have
had
cities.
dinosaurs. We had people, and we had like
That's
like
that
like everything else. Like, you know, the beginning of the city, like the space has been here as long as there's been North America, or since at least the end of that ice age, because New York City is a terminal moraine, as we know from the movie The Big Lebowski.
I was thinking more along the lines of the 1800s, the modern era of the city of when the
In the 1800s, New York City was 300 years old.
uh-huh. Okay. And I'm thinking that there certain cities develop an attitude and a culture and that they become a part of that place. And a lot of people like to depict that because it's their life experience.
If
And
this place
then
sucks,
those
why do people save their money for years to come here for a couple
it
weeks?
sucked. I did not say it sucked. I never said it sucked. Never said it sucked. I said
But
the
it's full of
environment.
mean, callous people. It's an open air boxing ring.
I said the environment. The environment is why people have certain attitudes towards certain behavior.
We're not the Borg. There are 30 million points of view here.
No, the Borg would force people to have a certain attitude. That's not what it is. It's not the Borg at all. It's the environment that dictates how you go about your life and the things that you take in and the things that you disregard.
Remember the movie Hunt for Red October?
Yes.
Remember when Satan said to James Bond, I hear in America you can go from place to place with no permission and no papers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you don't like New York, you know what? There's like 99% of the rest of this country isn't New York. No one, like, there's not like an electric fence at the end.
Work.
Yeah.
Never said I don't like New York.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is people who don't just leave.
And that's what they do a lot. And
So what?
Those people leave and tell their story about living in New York, and they didn't like it very much. The same thing that New Yorkers do when
Who
they come over
fucking cares?
to
Who fucking
California.
cares? But who fucking cares?
It's story where we're just
All
talking
right.
about.
So let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. If you failed to make it somewhere and you ended up somewhere that you didn't want to be, would you say I'm a fucking failure, or would you say that town's unfair?
I would say I didn't have a good time there. It didn't work out for me.
So then everybody who said that this town sucks by that matrix. Listen, people leave New York all the time and it's perfectly fine. They don't like it here. All right. And I'm not going to condemn it. like a lot of my friends have moved out of New York, but you have to understand, if people didn't leave New York, the country would just like sink slowly into the ocean. It does nothing but generate people. The population of New York, maybe it's gone down a little bit and we've lost some seats in Congress. Big deal. We needed to get people out of the city. It was the reason when those people left talking about how horrible it was, every one of them took a little bit of the horrible with them because it got that much less crowded and we took one more car off the street. It can only sustain so many people. And if it's not for you, you'll hate it here. Is Florida a horrible place because I didn't fit in there? No.
My
Everyone
favorite thing,
down there was nice. It was me. It wasn't meant to be there.
my favorite thing
Nothing
about
wrong with it.
my favorite thing about New York is the fact that they have a reputation for being streetwise toughs and that sort of thing, and the fact that they make really good pizza.
We make really good pizza, but the idea that you're a streetwise tough is yielding to the concept that there's a bigger power here that can get there faster with more than the actual power, which is our police department, which we all pay for, that we can fire, that comes and does mostly a good job most of the time. Are they perfect? Yeah.
And then when I tell you like stuff that happens in California, it's pretty bad. People, I grew up being told, don't go near cops. Cops, you stay away from them. If you have to, you go and somebody's bothering you, then you go see a cop. But if they're around, you don't want nothing to do with them.
I was raised by a New York City police officer who is a very nice man, so I absolutely don't know what to say to that at all.
Well, when they're on duty, I was told, it's better that you have no dealings with cops at all. Because cops are always looking to incriminate someone. That's what I was taught.
Here's what I was taught. If you don't do anything wrong, no one will be able to do anything to you.
Exactly.
And that sounds like wishful thinking.
Worked for me for all these years. I ain't never been to fucking prison. I've never really broken any real laws, and I've never done anything that has landed me in anything but divorce court.
And my interactions with the police have been nothing but positive.
I've been beaten up by a cop, but after that beating, he said, "Son, don't steal my liquor again." What are you trying to say? My father was NYPD. I happen to hold the NYPD in fairly high regard, and I'm sorry that the cops where you are have made you feel that way. I mean, you deserve guardians. It sounds like you're perceiving oppressors.
No, it's not that. It's that I don't trust anybody whose job performance, whose job advancement is based off of arresting people, whether those arrests are legitimate or not.
If you arrest people and the arrests get thrown out of court, you get fucking fired.
Not here. They arrest people and people go to jail.
Vote.
And it doesn't. You're told. Vote. You're told to sit there and let them violate your civil rights and take it and hope for the best.
Well, I'm just glad I live in America.
Well, I live in California, so.
I don't know. I've never been there. It sounds crazy. That's a crazy story. If you say so.
Well, and then I hear people talk about how cops are. I've seen videos of cops making mistakes, doing no-knock door raids, and shooting a dog. And then nothing happens to those police officers.
Could I ask you a question?
What?
What about the fact that in a country of almost 300 million people, that happens like once a month?
Shouldn't happen at all.
That's like saying you're going to fucking fire Derek Jeter if he gets strike one.
Why not?
Because it's fucking stupid.
If Derek Jeter's strike killed a dog, sure, I would fire him.
What? Huh? What was in that coffee?
That's a good question.
You compared a cop shooting a dog on a no-knock door raid to
No, I did.
strike.
No. I heard something ridiculous, and I countered it with the same thing. Because
It
what I
happened.
said first, but that's not what I said first, is it? What I said was, in a country of 280 million, what's it say that happens like maybe once a month?
And I said it shouldn't happen at all.
So if the Dallas Cowboys are the Super Bowl champions and they win 7 straight games, and in game 8 they're behind by 3 scores, fucking fire the coach, right? Fucking fire the coach.
Down with guns, shooting at things, and not getting in trouble for it.
You're blaming guns, and that's not the problem.
Not
It's people.
guns.
I want to ask you a question in all seriousness. Ken Jack Ben? Can I ask a question in all seriousness? Can I ask you a question? Can I have a question in all seriousness? Somebody maybe ask you to come here and act like in a way that was very provocative and showed like what I would call suspicious level of bad faith, because you've been on both sides of every single argument, and if you can't, stake yourself down.
I'm not trying to be at all. I'm not trying to be at all.
Can I just say you have not missed one chance to passive aggressively insult most of the people in this nation? I just want to give you the you win the Billy Madison Award for your assessment of Star Trek, but I mean,
well,
I'm not.
Hi, Bird.
I don't
Hey,
know
Bird.
what I stepped in. Hello, world. It's Bird O'Brien 5. Kapla.
Kapla, thank God.
I just got here. I have no idea what's transpired. But hello, I'm sorry to interrupt. So
You're
I will
not.
sit back again. And
I think I should go. I didn't mean to.
No problem.
Ken, why are you? I don't know what happened, but I don't know.
Ken Jack Ben, it's been an interesting conversation.
It has.
I'd love to know what happened.
He thinks I'm being.
There's audio of it if you want to listen to it, but I don't recommend it. It's only okay.
Well, that's one side of the story. I'm sure there's 2.
I had some opinions. And some thoughts that he didn't agree with on police officers and New York culture.
New York culture. Oh, I'm an expert on New York culture.
I wasn't. I said New Yorkers have a reputation for being streetwise toughs, and he disagreed with me.
Doesn't sound like. You disagreed with that, Admiral?
Just because
he's really nerfing what he said. I disagreed with the classification that we basically.
What I meant to say was New Yorkers have a reputation for being streetwise toughs, and I didn't mean to say it in the way that I did. That's what I was trying to get at. I had to talk it through.
I didn't dispute that was something people said. What I told you is it was my experience living here that it wasn't true, and it was when you kind of didn't accept that strongly that I said that I thought you were wrong.
I didn't mean. I said
your example was taxi driver. Your example was, help me out here. What was your example? 12 Angry Men, taxi driver, gangs of New York.
Understand where I'm coming from on this? Okay, what I mean is that those are examples of why people think that New Yorkers are streetwise toughs, and why people think that New York is the way that the stereotype would suggest.
You had some interesting takes on the police that we could revisit too, and just move this away from New York.
I'm just saying that that's what I was told, not to be around cops.
Who sent you here?
If you don't have a problem, you don't want to call them, and even if you do, sometimes you don't.
Because I would agree with that. You don't want to call cops if you don't absolutely have to.
Agree.
Sounds like we're all on the same side.
And And if cops are around and they're doing something, you want to stay away from them. That's what I was taught, and how I was taught to regard police officers.
I would
You're
agree
not
with that
supposed to
too.
go to a crime scene and gawk. No.
Don't go anywhere near the cops, whatever they're doing.
Let them be.
Yes.
Unless it
well,
involves you, let them
If you
be.
have to walk, if you're walking into the baseball stadium and there's a police officer by the entrance, are you to just leave?
Well, no, obviously in that
stadium, but
respect,
not go over there and bother him. Why would I do that? I'd stay away from him. I'd stay away.
When I
from
walk
him.
past the police officer and I say "Good day, officer," I've never been beat up or cuffed for that.
okay, that's you're taking this to an absurdum. If there's a police officer at a baseball stadium, obviously everybody's got to walk by him. That's not the same as three cops are talking amongst themselves at the end of a street corner. You don't make it your business to go over there and say, "Oh, hey, officers, what are you guys doing over here?"
Also,
that would be
I don't live in
unwise.
a big city. Cops would just be hanging out on the street corner. Cops are where they are in the city where I live. I don't go to the police station and say, "How do you do?" to cops. I just don't.
See, that's the thing here. If you can't get to the police, it doesn't matter. They'll bring the police to you. They're a presence.
I think pretty much
there you go.
any place. If you can't get to the police, they'll come to you. That's what 911 is for.
Right.
He's saying that they're everywhere in the city, and you see them.
There are
That's
a lot
not
of
the
them.
case in California. It's a very large state.
New York is a big state too, but the police are cities usually. State troopers.
I've been to San Francisco a few times, and you don't see cops walking around.
No, I agree. I believe New York City probably has a bigger percentage of cops as their population than San Francisco or Los Angeles.
There are 38,000 New York City police officers.
I have no clue how many police officers my city has.
What city are you in? About
Vallejo, California.
Vallejo.
They don't have a very good reputation either, and the city is I believe the city has gone bankrupt more than a couple of times. So no place is great, and some places are worse. And those places dictate the behavior of the people.
I would disagree. It's the people that dictate the behavior of the place, not the other way around.
Mm.
You get enough people with the same attitude in the same area, you're gonna start to see this. That's where they group together.
And if you stack so many people in one place, you're going to destroy the model of things like population theory. New York City has more nice people per square mile than any other place in America, and more bad people per square mile than any other place in America, because it has more people per square mile than any other place in America.
Any other place in America, exactly.
The ratio of good to bad is roughly the same.
I would rather, if I were given a choice, I would rather go to New York than anywhere in California.
I would too.
No, that's crazy. Why? California's got at least beautiful topography.
California is the only
weather.
place I know that people move back to New York from in droves, saying "fuck it."
also, I think the people who are from New York are capable of functioning there, and they're used to it. They know that place, and it takes a while to get to know a
So
place.
that's goes back to what you said before. There's people who don't like it and they simply move, and
Yep.
everyone's happy. Like no one doesn't like no harm is done.
Because I would, if you were to put me in New York City, I wouldn't know what to do. I would not know what to do. I wouldn't know anything about it. I don't
I
even
mean,
You'd
comprehend.
only really need
why
to
would it be
know
any
what.
different?
Yeah, you only need to know what not to do.
That's another thing that would be very strange for me. There are certain things.
You're in a suburb of San Francisco. You could manage in San Francisco, I assume, correct?
I probably could, yes, because I've been there before.
Then I think you could manage New York. I'm not saying you're going to love it, but it's not that it's radically different.
I don't like the city. I've been in the city. I feel like the city. Whenever I go to the city, it feels like it's about to fall into the sea. There, all the people and the energy of it. It's just it's very unpleasant.
It's great that in America you'll never have to go there unless you want to.
Yep, I agree. And I just want to say that I wasn't trying to insult you or anyone here. It wasn't my intention. And I apologize for doing so if I did.
I don't feel you need to apologize. What you said before was right. We're just having a little debate.
Okay. I'm just because I'm trying to not I'm trying to make myself understood, and I don't want to be misunderstood. And I'm not speaking about people in general. I was speaking more of it was a cultural thing, and it's about behavior and reputation. It's not about the people themselves. I don't have any problem with that at all. Some people have a reputation, and it's just the way that it is. It's kind of like getting mad because I said Italian people make pizza, or getting upset over something like that.
For anyone who just joined us, that never actually happened.
And it's not me. I didn't decide what the stereotype would be or the reputation. It's other things. It's the culture in general that comes from a place like that.
And your evidence for that is 250-year-old movies from California. Cool, gotcha.
Made by people from New York.
Successful movies that made money. What a shock.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand what you're getting angry at. I don't think there's any surprise or
not angry at
news
all
to anybody that New Yorkers have a reputation for.
I accepted that wholesale right up front. I've just said, well, it's not quite that way, and the response has been, but you understand that it is that way because you have that reputation for a while. And I'm not annoyed or angry in the least. I'm just
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear those coming.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, for instance, if people weren't listening, you might also believe that I had gotten upset about the thing said about pizza when that never happened. So, like, I have not really been able to deal in a way that feels very good faithy here, and I'm just trying.
I know.
I didn't
just
believe.
stop. We should just change the subject altogether and drop it, because I think we
And
come from an
maybe like limit the amount of sweeping statements you make on behalf of other people from places that you've never ever been. Just a suggestion.
I wasn't making a statement. I was making a observation. I was making an observation based off of pop culture references and and reputations. That's what I was doing. I in no way.
Where we were before, I agree that that's the reputation and that that's what has portrayed in those movies.
Hey, then, and that's what I was referring to. I'm not referring to whatever it is from your personal experience. It had nothing to do with your personal experience.
No,
Other
well,
than,
the thing was, you appealed to me about something that I knew about, and that means that I should share my personal experience.
yes.
And now you're engaging in what's called moving the goalposts, because that's not what happens at all.
Other than the fact that I was able to guess that you were from New York, that you're from New York and were raised in the 70s.
Everybody knows I'm from New York.
I didn't know this. I was able to
The guy
make
who sent you did.
I guessed. It was a complete guess that you confirmed once I mentioned the fact that you have a dislike for a certain type of personality in fiction.
Now you're just making what are you talking about? I didn't say that. See, when people say I'm angry or frustrated, it's because these things that didn't happen keep coming up and being said as though they did, and I'm getting more and more disoriented. And this has got to be the fourth or fifth time we've asked you to please, be a little more clear, because you're not laying the easiest path of logic to follow.
Because it's not logical, it's intuitive. You said you didn't like Neelix. Therefore, I surmised.
Everyone knows that I love Neelix.
You said that he was annoying.
You said he was annoying.
Okay, maybe you didn't say that. Maybe I thought you said that. I was able
I
to.
don't like Neelix.
This is what happened. You said that nobody likes Tom Paris. No one likes Neelix. Name someone who does, and I replied Tom Paris. That was the exchange.
Mm-hmm. And his character didn't like him at first either.
Okay, listen. It's 100-yard field. We're like 700 yards of progress. Okay, it's a touchdown, whether you say it or not.
Okay. I will say I apologize if I offended you in any way. Wasn't my intention.
Stop. What's offensive is you keep classifying what I have to say and telling me how I feel when that's not what happened. And you keep making things up that didn't happen and saying they did, that would be preposterous, and putting insane, stupid words in my mouth that people would pretty much know I don't say. So I question who sent you here and what your agenda was in coming.
I'm not trying to do anything of the kind. I apologized for what happened.
I would ask you to please stop apologizing, because I'd have to be offended, and I keep telling you that I absolutely am not. But I do think that you're a little bit wrong. And, if you ask me about something that I know about and it elicit my firsthand experience, and then scoff at it, tell me I'm wrong, and cite a 1972 movie, I will be confused.
That's fine. I tried to explain myself many times. I'm not doing a very good job of it. And I think we should just drop it altogether. We're talking in circles and nobody's getting anywhere. I'm not able to explain myself accurately. or in any way.
We're not talking in circles. You're talking in a circle.
Because I've given my explanation, the only one I have, and you seem to be still confused by it.
What makes you think I'm confused? Was it the part where I said I get you?
You just said you were confused.
I said that this is a confusing conversation because you can't keep your facts straight or won't.
Okay. And I said, I'm sorry, and we should drop it. Is that a straight enough fact for you?
And 300 minutes later, you're repeating that you're sorry, re-justifying that you weren't wrong, buying back that apology, and just refusing to move on. And then you then again move back to the first point saying, well, then can we move on? When everyone says yes, and then you rehash it, and then you tell us things that didn't happen again, and then you once again ask to move on.
I did ask him to explain when I first got here. So I don't apologize. I'm still not 100% sure what went on, but clearly this is not working. So let's talk about something else. But I don't know what you guys have been talking about for the last 3 hours because I only got here 8 minutes ago and I've heard this. So, no, Captain, what do you want to talk about? Is there anything left to talk about?
I don't think there's anything left to talk about. Except to say that I'm going to be on Admiral Teague's stream later, if you'll still have me. Talking about what?
I wouldn't want to do it without you. No, I'm not. Anyone here thinks I'm angry at them is wrong. But yeah, like we kind of got into this circuitous thing here where I have some feelings about the faithfulness of the questioning.
What question? This question, the Ken Jack Ben's question?
I just want to move on from it. I have no comment.
Okay, can we talk about something else then? What do you got?
Good idea.
Topic for Bird? What topic might you have to contribute?
I don't know. I watched Lower Decks. Didn't particularly care for it.
I don't like that show.
Yeah, no big surprise in my. It's another substandard episode. I only liked the very first episode of the season so far.
They could make some good Star Trek and done like an animated series.
Hello, what? Someone needs to derail off a derail? Well, ain't nobody better than me to do that job. Good morning, everybody. What's going on?
Good morning, LDG.
Morning. Oh, you hear that, right? Oh, it's ready. It's go time. So, Lower Decks. You guys watch it?
Nope.
No? Nobody yet? I just saw it post a little while ago, but I've been busy all morning. Haven't had a chance to put it on.
Okay, everyone. I think I'm gonna go. It's I've been up for quite a while. I need to go to bed. Good night.
You sound a little tired. Take care, Ken. Be good, bud.
Bye.
So really, nobody? Figured at least you.
Did you not hear me when I said, yeah, I just saw Lower Decks, or I just said?
Oh, I thought you said nope.
I did say no. I said both.
Oh, okay. So you did and did not watch it at the same time.
The only context I have for Lower Decks, because there's so much like Star Trek animated stuff, and I don't want to even get into that. I don't want to get into it. That the only episode I saw is if you count when they crossed over to Strange New Worlds. That's my context on Lower Decks. All I can say is that the part that was Lower Decks was a little bit better than the part that was Strange New Worlds.
I could agree with that. I was not happy with the real life iteration of Lower Decks on Strange New Worlds. To be honest, I was expecting. I thought it was going to be impossible in the first place for a real person to act that way, and how they were going to pull it off. But I mean, it wasn't horrible. But yeah, I would agree that I was expecting better. But I wouldn't say it would be easy. Like, how many times do you have a cartoon turn into a real, real life situation? There's only a few I can think of off the top of my head. And even those, the acting was difficult. Like Cool World. Well, Cool World was an exception. Did enjoy that. But yeah, no.
Well, we did just kind of do it a little bit the other way around in Star Wars, right? We took those cartoons and we made that Ahsoka show.
True.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which I wish I could have an opinion about that. I just don't watch Star Wars, unfortunately, but I do know of the what you're talking about.
I watched every episode and I couldn't finish. Like after
I heard it
episode
had a
3,
couple good episodes.
If they did, they
Like a
started
couple.
off bad.
Yeah.
If they did, they started off rough. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm saying like the good episode, maybe it had such a bad first opening few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking of this now because you're saying it, but I just realized this because the new Trek people are so uncreative and so reactive that they, I think they did it just to beat Star Wars to the punch, perhaps, because that's why they did that musical episode, just so the Orville, if they do it, can't say they did it first, not because they wanted to do it well.
I don't
Singing
know
episode.
I
Oh
agree
my
with
god.
We all agree it's my speculation, but yes. Well,
for the one, the Orville's canceled for all practical purposes, so I don't think they were really worried. The Orville doing something first.
You know who
Yeah,
gave me that tidbit was I got that from PJ. So I mean, he said he didn't say that
PJ, but
he didn't. No, he didn't say that was something he believed. What he told me was that was something that he had been hearing around in circles, that people felt that way. Not that someone had a script. Not that. No, just he had been hearing that people felt that way because Seth MacFarlane's musical, and if he were to do a musical episode, it would be pretty good. To which I'd say, he's put music in a few episodes. It was good.
I would agree if
I could have seen if they would have done that in season 1.
It would be good.
Yeah. Yeah, if they did that in Orville
if
season 1,
to do that, he lost his chance with season 3.
Yep. Yeah, I agree
and
with that.
I think he knew it too.
Yeah.
So you don't think there'll be a season 4? Or you just think it's just we can't count on it? So
I think if there was going to be a season 4, it would have already been in production
or announced.
Yeah.
I mean, he's already working on so many other projects right now.
Are they allowed? Well, are they allowed to? Weren't their hands tied until 10 days ago? First off, right? Until that writer's strike ended. No. Okay.
No, I mean, they should have been announced before season 3 ended. Season 4 should have been announced. It's the
people in charge
years now.
Right, but the funding went away. Hulu doesn't technically exist, and Disney still doesn't technically own it. So I don't know. Like, while I hear what you're saying, like I wonder.
And he's now
because they're frozen. Kind of like
and
what they
Seth
had.
MacFarlane is now kind of property of NBC. So while I believe he did,
I was not aware.
Well, yes. So I do believe that he had in his contract that he was still allowed to work on things that he had started before, like Family Guy or whatnot. It doesn't make any sense, really, for him to do so. I'm sure it doesn't make people at NBC happy if he's wasting his time off not working on their stuff.
They ended
right.
They They ended
But doesn't
season
Seth
3 on a
MacFarlane have the?
finality.
Can't Seth MacFarlane simply say, "My intellectual property, which belongs to me, is like the song Satisfaction. I'll release it on any record company I want to. It's my song."
That would be,
Mhm.
I'm sure that is in the,
Right. So he
well, God knows
doesn't
what the
have to be on.
contracts are that are signed as to where does the ultimate rights of the Orville land. I doubt they ultimately go back to him at the moment. If
See,
he had,
go ahead.
I mean, he must have given Hulu exclusive rights to the Orville for a certain amount of time. Now,
The first season was
Disney.
Fox, wasn't it? Was it
Oh, okay,
Hulu right
yes.
away?
The first, no, it was Fox. Fox was the first 2 seasons. Then Fox canceled the Orville. Then Hulu picked it up, changed the name
Right.
to Orville New Horizons. They
Then
called
they
it a
get
season
bought.
3.
They get bought, but the show is made and comes out after the sale.
And then Disney buys Fox.
Right. Exactly. So I think that for the last 18 months, it's been chaos because Disney can't complete the buy of Hulu. So I don't know if there's anyone allowed to they could be paralyzed. It might be the case that only stuff that was going when Hulu changed hands can keep going. Like maybe they already had green lighted 2 more seasons of what's this Hulu show? Only Murders in the Building? I just don't know,
No
right?
idea.
Like it's nebulous because of the chaos.
Says that Comcast contract to buy Hulu shares from Disney isn't set in stone yet. I don't know.
It's being widely reported. I think everyone's kind of heard it that Disney is struggling to finally finish closing that deal. That there's a few hundred, like maybe $50-100 million, like a couple of superhero movies worth of budget, perhaps left of money to be paid out before they can start saying things. And then you have people in just like a caretakering sort of because you think about it, if you work for Hulu and they get bought by Disney, what do? You try to move on to another job, or you try to get a job with Disney. And we were finding out Disney fired everybody. So, like, while I think it's accurate, like my hope, and I'm hoping against hope here, is that maybe, just maybe, there's been so much chaos with this buy that no one has had time to figure it the hell out, and things are only starting to happen now. But that could all blow up in 1 minute because Seth MacFarlane's not going to compromise on something when they tell him to do something and he says no, and they try to insist. People will just walk out and say it's my show, or it's my show my way, or no show at all, which is why I'm okay with it. Whatever happens, happens. Any outcome is better than terrible episodes of the Orville. We've seen that before with Star Trek.
And he had his right. He had his run. He's good. I'm sure he's making money on other projects. He doesn't need to fall back on the Orville. He should just do what any responsible person who loves sci-fi do. Is you had your fill, you made your profit. Now just release it for public domain and let the people have fun now.
I don't think he's done. If he doesn't get a show, I think there'll be Orville the motion picture. But that's me.
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, Orville's, you got to stack it the way it's going to be stacked. The Orville was never gave me a hint of big screen movie. Like it literally came off as the joke Star Trek on its first season. And even on season 3, when things looked a little bit better and production value was up slightly, all we saw was the writing go to absolute shit. And
I like
that didn't. Yeah, sorry, I don't. They cool. Violated core rules. You don't tell the audience everything you've seen up until now is meaningless. I hate that unless you do it in a particular way.
I missed that. I wasn't aware that they did that.
They did it in a couple ways. The whole time reset, the whole MacGuffin out of nowhere. So now okay, so we've had this big war against an unstoppable enemy that is actually more interesting than the Borg in some ways. And within one episode, you magically come up with a weapon that can destroy them remotely, basically an ultimate nullifier for your enemy. So the whole war now is meaningless. It doesn't matter. You literally have the ultimate weapon that can destroy your enemy everywhere in space, depending on how much power you put into it. Oh, and by the way, do you realize that the vessels of Orville are powered by a literal star? I mean, that was bull. I was so pissed off when they came out with that ultimate nullifier. I mean, like, okay, you just took away the entire buildup of this war, and you flushed it down the toilet. You didn't feel that when they came up with that?
You know what? I'll say this. It was a good enough show for me to watch it again while thinking about what you say, because I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the way we are now with TV and stories, I kind of try not to abuse the Orville by overwatching it, because it's just not it's not like it was in 1998 where there was this gushing well of Star Trek shows where if one of them didn't work, I could just walk away and maybe the next one will be on in a couple hours or the next week or the middle of the week. And maybe if Deep Space Nine isn't good that week, Voyager will be. And if Voyager's bad this week, it'll be good next week. And you could count on that with both shows. So.
Yeah. I mean, I put value in a storytelling when you don't see it coming, not when your magical MacGuffin comes like just it. You know, you're supposed to build up a conflict in which the outcome is not fully revealed into the last moment. That I'm a fan of that.
That's the thing I hate. I'm sorry. The thing I hate about the most new Trek is that aside from, and Strange New Worlds just says it's not true, but it is. New Trek's kind of like one long story every season, and they have to blow off the previous season to do the next season. And sometimes with Picard, they've just admitted it over and over. With Star Trek Discovery, like, I don't know what to tell you about that show. Not only do they hand wave their own past, they're hand waving what's happening right now. It's meant to be tweeted through or something. I don't understand what they're trying to say.
Sci-Fi Mombi is bringing up some good stuff in the chat. I wish she could come up and
she knows what she's talking about.
Anything to read? Anything?
Yeah, it's a lot.
I can't see the chat right now. Sorry.
She knows her Orville.
Every comment. She's saying he's not done. He wants more Orville. He doesn't want to do a movie. Why do a movie when you can do mini movies on Hulu or Peacock? I mean, I know if you say, why would he want to do a movie? He would say season 3 was 10 movies.
Great.
Of Orville. I'm not sure what series is coming to Peacock this year. Certainly not the Orville. I don't think.
No. We don't know. Like what I think will happen if I'm, and I don't have anything to go on, but what I'm hoping for as a fan of the Orville is that either Disney closes the deal and gives him the freedom he wants. I don't think he'll compromise. Or Disney realizes they can have a lot of stuff with Fox, but not Hulu, and spins just Hulu off to fund their other failed endeavors. And that Hulu keeps its own identity and integrity. And that just, they're like, okay, it's been a tick since we were able to say things, but now we're green lighting your season. And he's like, cool, I've been working and I'm ready. I had time to develop better stories. That's my hope. It's possibly delusional, but I have a penchant for lost causes. The way you're seeing it could easily be the way it is. Like, we just don't know. But I wonder, I mean, I think the intellectual property law would still be such that if Seth wanted to, he could flex and say, I'm taking my show to Peacock or to NBC.
Sorry, Captain, I've got to run. I have a blood test coming.
No
Good
problem.
luck, Bird. It's good to see you, my friend.
Talk to you later. Take care. Take care, Admiral. Take care, LDG.
Later, Bird.
Take care, Bird.
Well, they better do something quick because AI is changing the game, and pretty soon we're not going to need big time productions.
One thing I wonder about is this: is the AI going to still need someone with a certain level of artistry to program it?
Your
Like
question is a little vague than for my. You got to be a little bit more specific. Developing the AI or creating.
help me out, Cap. Like let's say this. Like let's say that we have 11, no, like 3 people in a room, right? Or what's one man in a room, one person in a room, and they have a quill pen, right? If we swap that out and give them a typewriter, what comes off on the page still relates directly to what they're putting in, although we still may have changed the functionality of the story simply because you can put it to paper either faster or slower depending upon their rate of typing versus writing. We still may have changed the process. So is AI maybe nothing more than like when people said things like if you go more than 35 miles an hour, your brain will explode in like 1890?
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it depends how you look at it. Depends how you use it. If you're going to use AI to say, I need a can of cola, I mean, ain't no difference than if you wrote it or if you drew it. You're still referencing a can of cola. What matters to me is what's in your head and what is the output. The median in which connects the two is irrelevant to me.
My analogy for that is always the name Fletcher and the name Cooper are occupations. There's no Fletcheries anymore because we don't need to make like arrows. You know what I mean? And the Cooper name went away because Cooper name is around, but there are no Cooperies because we don't need to make wooden barrels, right? So like throughout the march of progress, and especially since the Second World War, we've seen like every generation has had to come to terms with its automated match. And we've had stories about machines replacing humans going back to the first machines. And, you know, the first machines inspired, like, weren't the Luddites religious? Right? Or were they simply they simply were had social views? Like the people who invent sabotage by throwing their wooden shoes into the gears of the machines are the Luddites. And that didn't stop anything. And we're still okay. So I don't know what'll happen. You know what I mean with the AI? Like my opinion on that is open.
Okay, so I mean, if you're talking about, so I thought about it. If you're talking about, does AI replace artists? No, artists need to. Like this whole writing strike is bullshit because they're being faced with the fact that AI is making it possible, is now changing the game. So now you actually have to be a writer. You know what I mean? Your job just changed. Now the AI is in the game. There's going to be a huge need for original writers to feed the AI on what to train on. But they don't want to work more. They want to make one story, nobody else own it, capitalize on complete ownership and viewership to the point where they're even discussing about charging people if there's more than one person in front of the TV. You know what I mean? And they want to write one thing and get a money. Yes, and they want to get a millionaire. They want to write one thing and have to retire. No, AI is now going to make it so anyone can express themselves and create production quality events that we can sit back and enjoy other people's stories and whatever their creations happen to be. It doesn't have to be video, right? But in order to have that bliss, AI must train off real stuff. You can't have AI trained on AI. It'll blow up in your face every single time. AI only works when it's based on human input, like real, genuine stories being written by real people. That's what makes AI more effective.
In 10 years, will people be looking at AI the same way they look at, like, you can hit a button on your phone to get rid of the red eyes from the Flash?
No, I say about 10 years in the future, I'll already have Prometheus out and AI will literally be your best friend for life. Recording everything you do, backing you up, giving you advice, training you, doing whatever you want it to do, whatever you want it to do.
I don't know how much I love that one either.
I mean, it's going to be beautiful. I mean, we already have it now. We're already 50% there now because we got kids growing up with Alexa, and Alexa's recording everything we're saying. So, I mean, if you have Alexa for quite a long time, She's going to have a lot of information on you, but whether or not she's programmed to actually benefit you from it is another story.
Is that my StreamYards, or did you upload the same sounds?
I
think I somehow tripped my own StreamYards because I'm hearing my sound effects. Do you hear mine?
No, I don't.
Oh, I know.
No, I don't hear anything.
I know what I did. I see what I did wrong.
Excuse me. So, like I said, there's an age that needs to that's among us, and we need our professionals to stop bitching and crying and get back to work. I want to see writers complaining about how much they have to write, and not bitching about how much money they're gonna make by writing one thing. No, it's not the way it works. You got to enjoy your lifestyle up until now. Well, guess what? Shit's changing. And you'll get paid. You'll get paid fairly for your work. I mean, it's not like we're talking, I might make it sound like I'm, slaving them or whatever, but you'll get paid fairly for your work. But if you're a writer, you should get paid to write.
Right. I'm down with that.
Fair use is about to explode thanks to AI. And companies are going to find out real fast. It's either, you do what we want or you're done. And when I say we want, I mean as the general public evolves, society evolves, you have to evolve with the AI. You're not going to fight it. You're not going to be able to. The very simple fact of regulating AI destroys AI. So that's a problem for them because they're like, well, we can't regulate it. If we regulate it, no one's going to use it because it destroys it. At its core, AI is meaningless if you filter it. Anywho, sorry, you got me on a little rant there.
Don't worry about it. It's one of the better ones we've heard today. Or at least from my part, I can say that.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
I think we slightly scared. I think Bird was slightly scared there, or slightly put off, and I don't blame him.
Bird's a big boy. You should hear the conversations we have underground.
I love Bird of Prey 5.
Mm-hmm.
It's a strange moment for him to walk in. I'm still kind of, my consternation about that one conversation is just sort of like in the back of my head.
Excuse me. Oh boy. Thursday. So yeah, I still got to watch Star Trek, and I'll watch that here later. I'll be watching in the underground.
Oh, well, you gonna watch Lower Decks?
Yep. And welcome to join. I'll put it on in the Cosme room. Anybody who knows, freethenet.org/underground. And when is Gen V? Gen V's, isn't that was supposed to be today too? Or did I have my days wrong? Gen V.
What's that? Help me.
The Boys spinoff that's going on right now. That's, I think, batting 1,000 so far. The Boys, Kripke, superheroes gone fucking cracked.
Right now, I know the show. I don't think I've seen the episode in question.
Well, it's not an episode. It's a series spinoff called Gen V.
Right, I haven't seen it.
Okay,
it's been a while.
There's 4 episodes out. It's coming out recently. I don't know what day. I thought it was today, but maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe I got my days mixed up. So there's new episodes coming out. It's a really good show. Check it out. If you like The Boys, you'll like Gen V. And I thought it was going to be like Kitty Kai, like Cobra Kai, how they made that spin-off Kitty Kai. I thought it was going to be something like that, but no, it's actually really good.
Cool.
I'm enjoying it. And you get a lot of cameos, so they're supporting it that way.
Yeah, I don't know. The concept of the Star Trek cartoons is just, to me, I understand why people would maybe be curious about them. I mean, I got where I got by the curiosity about the other Star Trek, so I get it. But I can only take in so much bad Star Trek before it starts to affect me like emotionally.
Oh yeah. Oh, you haven't gotten past that yet. I know exactly what you're
I haven't
talking
gotten
about.
past
I went
it.
from love watching to hate watching, I believe is what you're describing. I officially hate watch Star Trek.
Bye,
I
girl.
never hate watch Star Trek until after Enterprise. Never thought it was possible.
I kept telling myself it might just self correct. Maybe it'll be okay. Maybe this time they'll get, but it's just
Mandela effect. Star Trek was actually good. I believe it.
That part's not Mandela. Like Star Trek was actually good. It's just that suddenly we've got this Star Trek that's real bad.
Yeah, telling me about it.
Yeah, no. I guess it's more that we've undermined Star Trek by filling the.
I mean, it's like shouldn't there be, like with any original creation, right? Like whoever the original creator is, and that's what it all about boils down to in my book. I don't care about who bought it afterwards. I don't give a shit. It's the original creator. The original creators know they're gonna pass on, or they're stopping it, and because time goes, and people die, and things happen. That you include some kind of Hippocratic freaking oath that anybody who buys this will not fuck it up.
I don't know if Gene Roddenberry realized that the writing was that much on the wall for him, because he dies at what, like 70? He doesn't get super old. Yeah, he doesn't get super old.
Funny that I said that too, because there was an instance. I've said this before. Talked about this before, but they recently found a letter in Walt Disney's office. I guess Walt Disney left a shitload of paperwork in his office when he passed, and they're still going through it all. And one of the letters was a direct letter to whoever owns Disney next, and says, whatever you do, do not recreate Snow White or any of my original creations. Do not mess with them. Do not change them. Do not touch them.
Really? I believe it.
Yep.
But I think he had made two Snow Whites before that, right? That's not the first Disney Snow White. It's just the one it's the longest one and the most successful. I think in previous, like earlier, less sophisticated movies, like there's like a Silent Snow White or something too from Disney, or one of those hand cranked like movie machines that you just like put a nickel in, like Nickelodeon's, like what the name comes from. Those were an actual thing.
Well, wasn't that like the closest thing to TV? Like they actually had episodes. Like, is that what you're talking about? Those
probably
little flip things.
You
stick your head in it. It's like you're sticking your head in a box.
Yeah. It's more like you stick your head into the thing that Spock always looks into on the original series Enterprise, where he's scanning ahead and looking into his own scanner. It's like that. And on the side, there was a hand crank. And I saw this in the Museum of the Moving Image. And what I saw was there was a series of mostly cowboy movies they had, but it was the beginning of like the way we think, because it was the same cowboy and the ongoing adventures, and he was his own little franchise.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Francis Ford Coppola, his stuff is called American Zoetrope Studios. That was, I think, the very first thing, though. They had this thing called a zoetrope, but it was limited by the size, right? It was the first functional moving picture, but like ancient people could have made it. It was just extremely innovative. Like the zoetrope idea was probably invented and lost twice. But that's what Francis Ford Coppola calls his studio, and they're too short. They can't go far enough. But then I guess the hand crank ones, they can go about 2, 3, 4 minutes. So zoetrope, we're talking seconds.
Yeah, I think they even had some. They had some naughty ones that you could look at. That might even have been the original purpose. I don't remember, but I do know there were some.
The first porn was invented 5 minutes after the first fucking camera. whoever invented. And the first dirty phone call was made like 6 minutes after the second phone was installed. Alex, it's like, hello, who is this? It's Alexander Graham Bell. Who knows?
Yep.
There's a little bit of Rule 34 to everything in life, right?
Absolutely. It's a little bit of everything and everything.
Let's see here.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Good. I saw you were on. Damn, you've been running 3 hours. Good for you, bud. Or damn, now almost 4 hours. I was out and about most of this day. I had to go get an oil change, and then I had to drive 40 minutes, pick up my daughter. So 40 minutes there, 40 minutes back. You know how it works.
Oh yeah.
I'm sore as heck though, bud. We yesterday or the other day, the trash bin came. One of those really big motherfuckers. And yeah, so we got it for a week, and yesterday, shit. Oh, Bird, you're up.
No, you can keep talking.
No, Bird, you got your red carpet like always.
I've already been here. Hello, world.
I know.
It's Birdo Fray 5, Cupflaw, Part 2.
Hey, Bird.
Hey, Bird.
Hello, world.
Well, it's first for me, so. But we had but there was me, my wife, and my son. We were out there. It was mostly, it wasn't any like heavy appliances, but it was like wood, cardboard. But the worst thing was the chicken coop we removed a couple of years ago that we just hadn't thrown away yet. The wire, the way they wired it was, I don't understand this. They had chicken wire on it, galvanized wire, and in some cases rebar on it. I'm like, what kind of chickens were you trying to keep in the coop? So that was a fun time. We had to actually take some saws and cut some of the beams in half, which made things a little harder because we had to cut through the wires and stuff to get a nice enough gap to where we could start cutting the beams without, cutting the wire, without having wire and mesh and all that shit in the way. So, that took some time. So I am sore as hell today. What are you guys doing for, what are you guys going to do for the weekend?
Weekends mean nothing to me.
Well, tomorrow I have to go out because it's my birthday and I'm being required.
Congratulations.
Thursday.
Thank you. Yeah, all kidding aside, yeah, we're going out. We're going to head up to TH tomorrow, go to Five Guys, and then head to the bookstore. I think my wife and I are, we're going to get the rest of the Witcher series, and I think we're going to do what we did with another book series. We're actually going to start reading them and then discussing them. We haven't done that in a long time. We only did that with like one other book series, but man, we still talk about that book series.
It just dawned on me looking at my computer. Today's date is 10/12/23.
Well, it's always funny when my birthday falls on a Friday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
That's right. It's Friday the 13th.
Yep. It's always fun when it
You
falls on that. Well, this
You got to walk under a ladder for it. Come on. If my birthday fell on Friday,
with or without the black cat in the mirror.
First you throw a hat in the bed, so you throw the whole fucking year out the window.
Yeah.
I don't know. I take Friday the 13th or Monday the 13th.
Actually, I was born on a Monday, I believe.
As was I.
I think I was. I'd have to look. I think I was born on a Monday.
I wrecked my mom's weekend. I was born on a Saturday night, but she had enough freaking fun. She was some kind of like hippie.
So she just woke up and you were born the next day?
I was very young. I don't really remember exactly what happened. Let's just say I'm glad it took place.
Shit, my dad was just barely 18 when I was born. He turned 18 October the 8th. I was born October the 13th.
That must have been cool growing up, though, that your birthdays were so close together.
Well, I never had a problem remembering my dad's birthday. That's for damn sure.
That's why my father got married on his birthday.
Oh, no, he didn't do that. Did he do that just so he could remember his anniversary?
I think it maybe just kind of worked out that way, but like his birthday happened to be on the weekend, so he's like, go for it.
My daughter was born November 23rd. The year she was born was 2000, and that year was Thanksgiving. And this will now be the second year where her birthday falls on Thanksgiving. It happened once. I think the only other time it happened between her birth and then was when she was I think she was 16 years old. And then now it's going to happen again on her 23rd birthday, which is really going to work out great because she's coming here with my grandson and my grandmother. Not my grandmother, sorry. My mother is coming up. So my grandson gets to meet his great grandma for the first time.
Isn't that weird? How the day of your birth doesn't technically count as a birthday?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. No,
But most people see it that
kind
way.
Kind of like how the year 2000 was actually part of the 20th century.
Yeah. We didn't actually hit the 21st century till 2001. Weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're not born on your first birthday, even though it's the first birthday you have. It's birthday.
Oh,
zero,
you mean the 0 birthday? Oh, that's what you're talking about. I thought you were
right, just like
the whole. But
the calendars.
About
the calendar's
9
different
months
though.
older than whatever
the calendar's,
you are.
Yeah, no, the calendar's different though for whatever reason, right? It just it doesn't shake out that way.
Well, because when they decided they had no year 0.
Right. It went from year 1, I guess, what do they call it now? Negative, yeah. Well, 1 BCE to 1 CE, whichever you want to use. I'll say BC and AD. I don't care. I'm just whatever, whichever one applies.
Well, I remember.
Mathematician.
I remember this actually was brought up. I don't know if you guys remember. This was brought up in this situation. Actually, came up in the season finale of Quantum Leap, the one with Sam Beckett, where Al speculates it's his birthday. He goes, "It's Sam's birthday," and then so Gushy starts typing in, the day his 1-year-old birthday, and then they go through and goes, unless you actually meant the day he was born. He goes, we only did the birthdays. We didn't do his actual day he was born, and that turned out to be where Sam was. Because our mindset doesn't work that way.
I think it's special because no. You only have one birthday.
Yeah.
Everything past your birthday is celebrating your birthday happening.
Right.
So your first birthday is not your first birthday. Duh. It's your first celebration of your birthday. You're still born 19 whatever. I mean, you're not going to change that date. I got a problem with the fact that people don't include 9 months. But that's me. Because my birthday is when my first cell created, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm sorry to say, but I'm sorry to say, but I really don't want to know when I was conceived.
It's not when you were conceived.
I don't want to
It's when-
know. I don't want to know the general daytime. Okay, I already got the month down because I can count
When
back.
you were conceived is indeed the day your first cell. So
Yeah.
it's the same thing.
Yeah,
No,
and I don't want to
I
know.
don't believe the zygote. I don't believe the zygote gets created on conceived.
You don't have to believe it, but it's true.
No, I said I don't think
Bird
it's
might
fact.
be right about
The
that.
egg accepts the sperm.
Yes,
That's when your first cell exists.
Yeah,
Yes, but that-
in context of how you
but
had
that could
framed
take-
it, Joe's
that
right.
could
The
take
bird is right.
hours, right? Even if we take it that, and I meet you halfway.
guess
I mean, that
it
could still take hours.
I don't know. I don't know how long it takes for the sperm to
It could take hours.
integrate itself into the
microscopic
actual egg.
sperm. I know. What was that movie? Babies. What was that baby
Look
movie
Who's
that started
Talking.
with the sperm? Yeah, Look Who's
Who's
Talking
Talking.
made it look like it happens in seconds, but I am pretty sure it takes longer than that.
Probably takes a couple
It
hours.
takes, it could take time. Depends if the egg is there already or not.
But
Mhm.
the essence of Joe's question, the essence of Joe's answer is correct. Yeah, like when's your first cell happen? I guess your first cell is really that
It's a
when these
zygote.
two cells.
You could be off
it's
by
like your
a
two
day.
cell, yeah.
That's it.
Well, what's the deal? Is it one cell at first, or the two, like the sperm and the egg come together, and
It's
you have
one
two
cell.
separate cells that then recombine and start making another one? Okay,
Think
right,
single cell.
yeah, because the DNA combinates. Right, okay, sorry.
Yes.
I'm not a physicist outside of Star Trek.
But that all that takes time, though. Even so, if you want to get specific about it, like okay, so the scientific books that I've read says that it turns into the zygote, and it doesn't happen instantaneously. But I don't know how long it takes. So whenever that happens, that's where I put the mark, because you need to have that first cell that is pre-programmed fully with your future iterations, fully done and ready to go. Until that happens, you're not you. If you drip down the side of someone's leg, you're not you. Okay, that sounded weird. Anyway, I don't remember what the original point was.
There's a
Oh, someone's birthday. I'm sorry, your birthday. It was okay. Happy birthday, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I don't know how we got from my birthday to talking about Quantum Leap to that, but
Quantum Leap, that's right. Yeah. Which I am cringing about the second season. I don't like what they did at the end of the first season. I thought that was a cheap nut shot, cow tip maneuver, shot to the body blow. But we'll see what happens.
I don't know. I haven't seen any of the new Quantum Leap, so I don't know anything about it.
They had some cringe. There was like 2 good episodes. It was like Ahsoka, whatever. Freaking, there was like 2 really good episodes. The fact that you had what's his name, the Ghostbuster Eddie, can't think of his name right now. Winston from Ghostbusters in it did help. Eddie Hudson, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That helped. And then we had some really good cameos from
It's
Star Trek.
Ernie, right?
Doctor
Ernie.
was in it. Ernie Hudson, thank you. Yeah, so you had Richard Picardo have a really good. I loved that episode. That was one of the good episodes, the one where we got to see the Doctor.
Hey, we got
And
to
they
see
had
it. Never mind.
Yeah, but then they had
Is it
this trans
Robert
episode
Picardo?
that was just so cringe.
Yeah,
Robert
Robert
Picardo,
Picardo
I'm
is
sorry.
who you're talking about.
LDG gets about a third of a name correct.
Yeah, you gotta ride the flow with me. I'm like Ken Jack. I don't say exactly how it comes out.
Just for fun,
All
does
right.
anybody remember an actual time? Does anybody remember seeing Robert Picardo with hair? I actually do remember when I saw
Yes.
him with hair.
Wolfen
Once.
movie
That-
Wolfen.
That might be 2. I was thinking of Gremlins 2.
Yes.
Does he take?
Or
Wait,
The Burbs.
He has hair, but it's
Remember?
I think it's a hair piece, right?
Oh no,
I don't know
remember.
about that.
I don't remember.
I don't know. I don't know if it's real. I don't know, but
I wonder if that
That's a
was
good
supposed to
movie.
be part of it. I wonder if that was supposed to be part of the thing for the character. It might have been a piece. I don't know.
what year was it? Was it before or after the Burbs?
1988.
Okay, I think that was
He's in,
around the
because
same
he's in
time as
Gremlins.
Suburban.
He's in Gremlins too, the one in New York,
Yeah, Gremlins
Okay.
Take Manhattan. I like where you were going there.
where they turned. But I think their intention was to blow up the Gremlins brand and get out of it. They wanted, like, everybody involved, Joe Dante and Steven Spielberg, wanted to get away from it because the other creator was the guy who was blowing up with Home Alone, and they didn't want to pay him anymore. And there is kind of a Gremlins 3 with some of the same people, but it's called Small Soldiers.
Actually, Small Soldiers actually had Robert Picardo in it too, briefly.
Yep.
That had Tommy Lee Jones as the voice actor for Major Chip Hazard. That was one of Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, that's her name.
Kirsten Dunst is the daughter of Phil Hartman and Francine from American Dad. And Admiral Clancy from Picard season 1 is the redheaded hot wife.
Oh, no way!
That's sheer fucking hubris. That chick is that's her. Yeah,
that's who that is. No way.
That's who that is.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Anne Magnuson looks a lot different now.
Actually, I liked Small Soldiers. I thought that was a good movie.
They just found a way to redo Gremlins without having to make it be called Gremlins, and without having to pay the other guy. And I think it's still a Steven Spielberg sponsored movie.
Small Soldier. I'll look.
It's a high quality movie, actually. Some of the CGI is a little
Oh, did you know? Now that you mentioned that with the Gremlins thing, did you notice the truck driver was also from
He's the
Gremlins?
next door neighbor from Gremlins. And when they give him the information, it's Project Gizmo.
Yeah,
that's funny.
No, that's right. They give him those cars. He's like, mine says Gizmo, and it's kind of like it's a play on it. But I didn't realize how much they were kind of playing on the Gremlins thing. I didn't realize that.
They just
Babylon 5 did. I'm surprised they didn't sue.
They owned it. 2 out of 3 people owned Gremlins. They just didn't want to pay the Chris Columbus. So what they did was they found a way to reverse engineer the Small Soldiers out of the Gremlins.
Well, the whole point
and the production moves on.
They turned bad. Well, the whole point was they used the whole advanced AI chip prototype. I just love the fact that freaking Dennis Leary's in this movie.
Dennis Leary's in it. Phil Hartman is in it. Everyone's in it. It's a pretty good movie.
Oh, Jay Moore. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Jay Moore was.
Jay Moore is in it for a minute. Robert Smigel is in it for a minute.
No, wasn't Jay Moore? He was the one where he was like, "Who the hell thought this was a good idea?" And then the other guy points to Jay and he's like, "Oh, that'd be Gizmo here."
I think so. Yeah, it was. He uses the other person's computer password.
Yeah, because remember they told him, look at your passwords, remember them, and then he goes, mine's Gizmo. And then, of course,
then they say, and don't tell anyone, yeah.
Dumbass can't remember his password, but he can remember that. Total Recall.
Hello, Philip Gaming.
Hello,
Hey,
Phil.
Phil. Oh, I thought he was up here. Hey, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
Famous Phil.
I'm. Hey, Captain, do you understand what Sci-Fi is talking about? Total Recall or the Wonder Years? I'm a little sorry if that's an inside joke. I don't know it.
You were talking about somebody who was in those movies?
Robert Picardo's in the Wonder Years. He's the school guidance counselor, isn't he?
Oh,
Picardo's in Total Recall too, isn't he? Shit.
He's the voice of Johnny Cab. He's the voice, and they make it look like him now that I think about it.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that is hilarious. I didn't even make that. Oh my god, that's like when I found out.
I found with the information.
Oh damn, he made a Picardo connection.
Oh my lord. Nice. That totally snapped in my brain right now.
Oh, he was Johnny Cab?
Yeah, Johnny Cab, dude.
Oh, now
It
that
looks like him
makes
too.
so much sense now.
I'm pulling that up right now.
Now that face really makes more sense.
It's been staring at me for years, and I just made that connection. Oh my god, that so looks like him.
It's a dream
Oh
role
my
too, right?
crap.
Because it's supposed to be fakeish and it's supposed to be like a ventriloquist dummy, so like he doesn't have to jump into any costume; he just voices it. The guy from that other
like
actor
an analog
who betrays them. He has to get like do some prosthesis stuff later. Does he have an extra arm or some shit?
Like an analog Max Headroom.
Oh, that is so. Damn, that's cool to know. Now I'm gonna see Total Recall totally different when I watch it again, seeing the Johnny Cab thing.
It's a good movie, but both Total Recalls are unrelated to each other and completely unrelated to the book.
Well, they're completely unrelated to the book, just like Running Man was. Which, by the way, both were Richard Bachman, which was the pen name Stephen King was using.
No, it's Philip K. Dick is Total Recall.
Oh, did I get that wrong? Okay, my bad.
I know the Total Recall is Philip K. Dick.
Okay, my bad. My bad. I should have just said Running Man. My bad. That's on me.
That's Stephen King, I'm pretty sure.
No, Running Man I know was Stephen King. I thought Total Recall was too, but I must. It's been a long time.
I got a question that I wonder what everyone's answer to. Does anyone think that Steven Spielberg's had a little too much of his mind to speak the last few years, and that no one cares at all about his new book because they just don't care about him, whether they like his views or not? You know what I mean? With like the Mark Hamill like tweeting. But fightier.
Unfortunately, I don't follow him too much. Whatever he says online, I should maybe. I'm kind of interested. Why is he batshit crazy?
I don't know if he's batshit crazy, but he holds a certain point of view that he's very intolerant. It comes off on Twitter. He just doesn't. He comes off lecturer-ish, and he might moralize a little much. I don't know.
I always enjoy that.
He just sounds like a baby boomer to me.
Yeah, well, some people talk that way. You got to know how to, conversation is like a highway. It's like NASCAR. You can't crash.
He might have had TDS too. Like he made one too many really extreme, scathing political analogies. And the thing is, now that it's faded into the past, he still hasn't calmed down.
I don't think most of them have on the TDS thing.
I feel like a lot of people got over it. I don't know.
I don't know about the celebrity side of things, though.
Yeah, that's true.
The celebrity side of things, I don't know. And I'm only saying that because I've noted, as someone who is probably the only person on here who follows politics as heavily as I do. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that, though.
I tried to follow politics and it really messed up my head, so I decided that I shouldn't.
Yeah, the problem is my head was already messed up before I got into politics back in 2009. So I figured, hey, this is a crazy I understand, and I might as well figure it out. Figure better me than other people. Somebody's got to do it so other people like you guys don't have to suffer through it.
I just draw a surfboard on the ballot thing, the scan sheet, and that's whatever happens, like Spicoli.
Actually, I'm debating on. I'm looking at. We got a run for governor going this year in my state, so I'm paying attention to who's running. I haven't made a decision yet.
My friend from high school is running for like mayor of her town. Which makes me realize I'm getting old.
Well, I heard one that was totally hilarious this morning when I got up. I follow a certain person who follows politics, and he told me that it literally. I heard. Do you guys know who Czech Uger is? The guy from Young Turks.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah, I thought it was hilarious. He actually says he is going to try and run for president, which under any other circumstances would be fine. Except there's one tiny little problem.
Fucking idiot.
Not
Well,
in the
besides
United
that,
States.
but we have idiots. We've had idiot presidents. Come on.
He's either too young
Right,
or
but
not born yet.
it was a problem with being an idiot. There have been problems with idiots, though.
Well, he doesn't meet one of the two requirements for being president.
Since the invention of television, every president has been at least 6 feet tall. What's the other one?
Well, he was born in Istanbul, Turkey.
Well, too bad. Good thing I hate all his ideas.
But no, what was funny is he's trying to say that certain amendments.
My mommy's right.
No, what was funny is he's trying to say, oh, no, that's not actually true. The Constitution actually overrides it via the amendments. And I listened to his process, and I just, oh, my God, I'm sorry, but I follow politics. So when I hear people try to talk about the Constitution sometimes so badly, I laugh. It's almost comical. And I'm going to leave it at that. But I just thought it was comical as hell.
I took constitutional framing and constitutional development at school. It was interesting, and it definitely helped me out to understand it. But there are two very different and like equally valid interpretations of it. And like it's sort of only by having people sort of work out what the spirit of the law is supposed to mean and then try to put it down in the best words they can that we have anything. It's still imperfect, I suppose.
Well, I think that's probably why our framers put in the term more perfect union. Because I mean,
the elastic clause that anything they didn't cover would be covered because they didn't cover it.
Yeah, but I like the
powers.
I like the more important hidden
powers.
feature that our founding fathers put into the government. They made it virtually impossible for any work to be done by the people in charge to get the work done. But
don't you think we sort of fluked our way into that?
Easy. No, that's the way it should be, though. I completely agree with that. It should be that way. Ultimate power corrupts ultimately unless it's shared unequivocally. It makes it harder for the government to do anything, but it makes it easy.
Are you saying the
if the people ever united
leadership?
No. I'm saying the people of the United States need to start taking power into their hands instead of giving it away and signing it away for free. We can change things right now that would take governments decades to do. And we could do it tomorrow. And nothing stops us from doing it.
Doesn't make any sense. You're just talking words.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
You need to see proof. You're one of those. I get it, and you will soon, because that's exactly what Prometheus is about.
Well, I think the deal is that maybe people like myself at least, like if this was like the world of Dungeons and Dragons, I would be like lawful neutral. You know what I mean? Like I think that when we all work together, we come off better. But if people want to go their own way, like they just should, as long as they don't hurt other people.
You know, it's funny. That's funny. I saw somebody put a poster up about that, and it was different, groups of us in, the lawful good, chaotic, and stuff. I remember I was like, oh, so I'm chaotic neutral with lawful evil tendencies. I'm like,
oh, come on.
Yeah, that sounds like me.
Personality pronouns. That's all they fucking are. More pronouns. Personality pronouns.
Well, actually, it's interesting because that was one of the things that got me and my friends out of playing RPGs like that, where you had to define an alignment. So we got into games that didn't really have those things. You didn't have an alignment that really decided how your character was supposed to act.
Well, you can do a heel turn in the game, right? You can just be like, your character's like, lawful neutral. If you do this, you'll be like chaotic bad. Like, I think in Function was how that was supposed to work, right?
It
It's
was
like,
to
you
answer the
decide what you
problem of
wanna be.
anybody. Well, because when you have a game like that, the very first thing, and this is just my point of view of a gamer, the very first problem is what stops somebody from being one thing one way and one thing another. So these alignments were created in order to what's the word? To benefit, to reward or disreward or punish behavior outside of your given alignment. And that's what that I believe that's what the main thing that was created for.
That would be the
people
case. That would be the case. Exactly, because you could get rewarded from points from the DM, GM, storyteller, god, game ordinance director, pick your fucking name. Or you could be penalized because you did something and while successful, it was outside of your alignment. And in my group where we RPG, we really got annoyed by those things. And we're like, why do we have to follow these alignments when we know what we need to do? But it's like, oh, well, that's outside your character's alignment. I'm like, my character's alignment based on this is too fucking rigid.
Well, that's where it comes in. Is the game good or not, depending on those defined alignments or talent trees or etc. It still lets you be what you want. So if you want to be a bad guy, that's fine. You can align as evil. I mean, it's not like it stops you, but you got to kind of, and it's no different than storytelling, right? You're not going to have a character go completely off their alignment, right? I mean, it's going to be weird if they do.
Not without a justifiable reason.
Well, not without obvious. Yes, I'm talking on a normal subset.
Yeah, exactly. So there are going to be exceptions. The problem we had to, we were like, why are we penalizing people for doing things that they feel their character would do, even though it goes against their alignment? And this was the discussion we very much had. It's like, look, our character's going to have to do something that goes against the alignment rules, and we're getting penalized for doing basically what we thought was the right thing. And that was a big deal for us. And we all kind of collectively agreed. That's why we went to things like West End Games Star Wars and Vampire the Masquerade 2nd Edition, because alignments weren't part of it. So we could make our characters the way we wanted to, but not get penalized if our character in a proper situation acts out of character.
I feel like I don't even want to speak one word in defense of Dungeons and Dragons because they've become such a massive trash fire. So okay.
I mean, this should be like. I mean, do you ever think of having consequence rolls? I mean, in order from so let's say. No. Let me. I haven't finished my thought yet.
No, you asked the question. I'm answering it.
No, I haven't finished I haven't finised the question.
I like mine with gravy.
Rolls. I mean, consequence rolls of having of being penalized. So when you're penalized, you add a layer of a roll. So let's say if you roll, going against your alignment could hurt you in some way, but then you also have the chance of rolling something that says you have grown and your alignment is now, and have a way forward of breaking your alignment.
I'll sacrifice my +1 dagger to my fake deity in the fake game and try to get a consequence roll to undo the evil thing I did.
Or if you're trying to, and I don't get why, you can't change alignments. Maybe you're trying to change your alignment. Maybe your character's going through a core change.
I'm going to tell you this, LDG, that's probably because when it comes to having alignments in open world RPG, they stick you with it.
I know. Yeah.
Okay, pen and paper RPG, your character can grow and evolve and change. Now, changing your alignment, that really comes down to depending on the DM you have.
The rule book. I mean, it's the rule book of the game and the DM. Yes.
Yeah.
Because DM can do whatever they want. So.
Yeah, but if they abuse their power, nobody's going to come back and play.
Or if they use their power properly, everybody wants to come and play. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That's how it was. And that's how it was with us. I mean, that's
creates
what
competition.
We did. Yeah, it was great. It was fun. And we occasionally altered the rules to suit the story. What do they call that? What was it? Artistic creativity?
Creative license?
Diversity of thought. Creative diversity. Something. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. We got some nice motherboards right now. Wow.
Captain, are you having pain issues?
Just a little bit.
Is it me?
No, it's not
Okay,
you.
good.
I know the difference between his annoyance and his physical pain.
Making sure, because I can make it sound similar. Trust me.
No, it's about 15 minutes before medicine time, so.
God. I'm still pissed you're dealing with this.
Oh, crap, my coffee. I forgot.
You're having coffee at 1:45?
Oh, yeah, dude. I've been quite busy, actually. I've been keeping very busy. Need to stay awake and focused. But yeah, I can't wait when AI is gonna get to the next level now, where we can have interactive AI sessions. Because like right now, right, you're going to Chat GPT, you're just talking to that session, right? Nobody else. But once we can link that to have multi-session AI, where people are in the same room talking in the same AI, can actually have some very interesting Dungeons and Dragon type games. I mean, the age for text-based games is among us again. It is full circled, and we're currently at that point. Hell, we're at the point now where you could play a game like that, and AI can be the dungeon master, or the dungeon master could have the power over the AI to include images now, like reliably include images. We can't reliably include video yet, but it's on its way. It is getting better, but we do have images pretty much set down, so it could generate images of what's going on based on your guys' input. Remember back in the day when you had to say look left and like those text-based games? Well, that wasn't AI. That was like they actually had to write responses for each possible command you put into it. With AI, that's game over. And you can get super immersive now with text-based games. And now that we're past the millennium generation, we're finally in the generation now where kids will play it. They don't see it like the way we saw it. We saw text-based games as that's obsolete, old. It's always better, better, better. Now we're finding generations are more acceptable to just about anything now again. Excuse me. At least I feel so. And cricket. All right. You know, but it's going to be interesting. The next 10 years is going to be interesting. Well, mark my words, guys. I already have on the drawing board things I'll be adding to freethenet.org for you guys to play with. Already in development, actually, too.
Great. Everybody goes silent. And what does everybody expect me to talk all of a sudden? There you go.
Well, I just feel like I completed the thought where nobody needed clarification. So
I could make another observation about Dungeons and Dragons and just let things go again.
Well, D&D, I mean, my friends and I, we never actually played D&D. I've only played D&D twice. We played Palladium, White Wolf, and West End Star Wars. We were very fortunate. We had a comic shop and a game shop right together. And once we got tired of the alignments, we gravitated more. I don't even think it was the alignments. We kind of ignored them. What we kind of enjoyed about West End Star Wars was it was a 6-sided die game, and that White Wolf was a 10-sided die game. So everything was based on one die versus when you look at D&D and Palladium and certain other ones, they're multi-sided. I mean, I'm all for a natural 20, but whew.
Did you see the study they did about flipping coins?
No.
They flipped
I'm interested.
Maybe I did.
Hang on a sec.
I might know what you're talking about. Are you talking about they flipped the coin and they did the numbers on it?
They got coins from all over the planet, and like some NFL team was doing an analysis on whether to take heads or tails, and they flipped they did 25 million coin flips or some crazy shit with coins from everywhere, to avoid design bias, and they didn't judge heads or tails. They judged which side is up when you flip it. So whichever side is on top when you flip it has like a 0.8%. It's 50.8% times lands on the side flipped up. It was like a groundbreaking new approach to coin flipping. They discovered this. Pretty much no advantage.
Well,
maybe
there's
they might appeal.
There's minimum. There's a minimum of 5 outcomes to every coin flip. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of data there, depending on how you.
I tried to debate some stuff before. I'm just going to let you explain that one. I'm just let that one stand.
Because you have heads, tails, and then you have the edge. Yeah, the odds of a coin landing on its edge is very, but it can happen. And then you have the person observing the event. Are you betting heads or tails? If you're betting heads, then heads or tails are 2 different outcomes to you. And if you're betting tails, heads or tails are 2 different outcomes for you. That's 5 outcomes.
No, there's 3 outcomes. There's 5 outcomes if you are betting on it. You're conflating a coin toss to basically a very simple version of roulette. There are 3 ways that coin is going to go. It is going to go one side, the other, or on the off chance, in a Twilight Zone episode, it's going to stay on its side.
Yes. 3 physical outcomes, 5 meta outcomes.
I'm still waiting for the one that stands on edge under any circumstances, by the way. Yeah, I don't know about anyone else. Anyone else seen it? I'm curious.
I think I've seen it in a movie.
No. I mean, have you flipped the coin and that's how it happened?
Don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, me either.
Don't think so.
I've only seen
Not to say they couldn't make a coin, just because, not to say they couldn't make a coin. Like, you could make an official decision coin that has a big enough edge for it to actually happen.
Okay, you could take this theoretically another way. You could flip a coin, or you could spin the coin, and the 3 physical outcomes would still be the same.
Yes, physical outcomes, yes.
Either it's on one side, the other, or it stays erected.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. If one of you fuckers clips that, I'm going to smack you.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I mean, if you're going to judge something
Already
based
tweeting
on...
it out.
Hmm?
Hey, Cap,
Anywho.
question for you.
Yeah.
You like South Park, right?
It's been a while since I watched, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, me too, but you generally enjoyed some of it, right?
Right.
Did you see the ad on Twitter for South Park enters the Panderverse?
No, I haven't.
You should take a look. I think you'll smile at it. They're going to do a special. They're going to race, gender, and I assume sexually swap all of the main characters.
Uh-huh.
Well, that shark isn't going to jump itself.
No. South Park does not jump the shark. The shark jumps South Park.
Maybe like The Simpsons, it's jumped, unjumped, and rejumped.
I don't know. That sounded a whole lot better in my head when I thought about it until I tried.
Well, but with The Simpsons, right? It was decent, right? Up until about episode 8. Then for like 2-3 years there, it was pretty bad. Then it slowly recovers and it was good again for a while. Then it kind of re-jumped the shark and never jumps back again. I mean, that's my opinion, at least. I know a lot of people who watch the show also feel like there's like a donut hole from 8 to 11, and then like 11 to 21 or something are like the best seasons, and then it's just sort of all extra.
But I stopped watching in 1998.
I'm still pissed that somewhere out there someone's about to retire off 30 years of just being like, well, so what did you do? I wrote just the fart jokes for South Park. Think about it. People are going to retire off of only ever having worked South Park, or at least it's hypothetically possible.
True.
I don't see a bad thing there. I mean, shit. If you're a low grade person on a show and you got 20 years of steady work.
Oh, I'm jealous. I'm absolutely jealous. I wish it was just like you have to like write through. I mean, I bet you like year 15, like coming up with new fart jokes every day started to get like real crazy. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't a walk in the park. They produced a really good show. It just boggles my mind. You know what I mean? Like, there's also lawyers who were retired for 10 years who did nothing but hand people checks because they had oily rocks in Alaska.
No, I haven't seen South Park and The Simpsons in a long time, and you got to understand. I mean, shit. All of us were kids when, at least as far as I know, on the age bracket here. I don't know yours, Admiral, but all of us were
1653.
kids.
I was born in 1653.
All right. So all of us remember when The Simpsons came out. We all remember when South Park came out.
Yes. I remember before South Park came out, it was like this underground VHS tape that some people already had too, of that first episode. We only see parts of that episode in the beginning of the first few seasons where we see the billboard and Jesus fighting Santa Claus. I saw that in like 1996, and people were like, this is going to be a TV show. And I'm like, I don't think so. Shows how much I know. Yeah. I was like, this is funny, but I don't know. I mean, I was like, what we just saw was like 11 minutes long and really, really crazy. I don't know if this will work.
Well, if I remember correctly, Simpsons started on as a skit on Tracy something show.
Tracy Ullman.
Tracy Ullman. I couldn't remember if it was Ullman or Goldman.
They also they suppressed their first 5 seasons. You won't see them.
No.
They were hand drawn and they looked a lot different, and the characters sound a lot different. Which sucks because Mr. Burns runs for governor is one of the ones they don't show, and that was great.
I remember when Marge ran for mayor of Springfield. What are you going to do about the crime? A lot.
I don't know if they've done much since their movie that's really caught my attention. And now they're just another Disney property.
Which one?
Simpsons.
Oh, Simpsons, yeah, because they bought Fox.
But you know what? I read something yesterday that they're fundamentally reinventing The Simpsons starting next year, and they're going to have everyone's going to be 25 years older is on the table. So it's definitely owned by Disney because they're thinking about fucking with 30 years of success by doing something dumb and radically different.
Makes no sense. Whatever.
Yeah, a middle-aged cartoon about middle-aged children still living at home with their much older parents. It's not The Simpsons. I can understand how they scooted Homer's high school from 1978 to 1998. That still messes with my head, but okay.
Well, one of the things that I can't imagine they'd be stupid enough to do that, but one of the things we've noticed is they've Hollywood over the last many years tried to go with nostalgia, so they brought back a lot of these streaming shows, brought back shows from the 80s and 90s, and either tried to update them or try to bring all the people back. And it's like, hey, remember that person you saw when they were a kid? Guess what they're doing as an adult? And didn't realize, why do I want to see them living like I'm living? Or why do I want to see them as adults? Saved by the Bell was the worst idea possible, in my opinion, because it was a show in the 90s about kids in California, and you decided to do an updated version in the 2020s, still try to maintain and still try to balance 2020s views with 90s. That ain't gonna work.
No.
We don't want to see our childhood. I mean, think about it. I couldn't believe it, Captain. I saw they actually did. I think Paramount's been the worst one with this one, in my opinion. They did Saved by the Bell. I think they also did. They brought back the actor from Punky Brewster and did a whole season of Punky Brewster. It's like, so you want me to watch a show back when I was a kid, about a girl who had mismatched shoes and stuff and all her things. Now you want me to watch her as a 40-some-year-old divorced mom of 2?
Wait, but is Soleil Moonfry still really fucking good looking? I mean, that's what it comes down to. Soleil Moonfry was hot.
Oh, hey, Captain. Hey, guys. Listen, I do gotta bounce. It's getting that time for me.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. It was good times. Everybody, Teague, Bird, Geek, Topics, everybody in the chat. Thank you. Take care, guys.
Good to see
Next
All right,
time.
take care, buddy.
Later.
Take care.
Dude, I love Saved by the Bell. I always used to watch that show back in the 90s. Such a great
And
show.
Paramount might be bipolar because what good shows they have, they might have more good shows. I mean, they definitely have more good shows than Disney Plus.
But
They've
you
got a
run
few.
into, but you run into a problem here. Saved by the Bell, Punky Brewster, and things like those work because they worked at the time. But when you try to bring those people who were kids when we were kids and now try to show them as adults while we're adults, thinking that is going to bring a nostalgia base when you still kind of try to make them act like a little bit like their old selves. I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
don't know the rest of you, but I ain't the same person I was in high school.
Right. But I think if Soleil Moonfry is still a 10, she's going to get a TV show, right? Like it might just should be justified. And we're not talking network. Like this is like what the cable network's app, right?
Hi, Mama Bray. Or is that Mom? No, it's not Mama Bray. God, I'm an idiot.
Oh, thank God someone explained that. I thought my wife had come back.
Cap, I'm with Jill on this one.
She's talking a lot. We have a lot of good comments. Which one?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I agree. Although I would say this, if we had more than Jill's right, that she says people, namely myself, want an optimistic view of reality, a fantasy of the world, of the way the world should be, rather than what it really is. It's called escapism. You're right. You're right. And the thing is, like, we have other forms of escapism. It's just we're not indulging in any way, shape, or form in that kind. And I think we said a lot too, like fun for the whole family is something that no one thinks about anymore. And they're finally saying it on a lot of other shows. Like, you know, it does, like you can try to write this show about like a point of view or a philosophy, but at the end of the day, in a lot of families, dad still pays for the movie. So if you like keep going to Disney movies and all they do is dunk on dad and ruin the idea that dad's all men are losers and no one's a good father, dad's gonna be like, I'm gonna take my money and take my kids to Dave and Buster's. You know, after I got punked by the show for the third time, I think I'd be like, I'm going to take my money elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the problem. I get really annoyed when I see movies. You know, okay, it's one thing when it was like Al Bundy back in the day or things like that. Those I totally understood, totally related with because despite that, he still loved his fucking family. There's no way around it. I mean, fuck, he told Peg how many times he still loved her. Even though he bitch, moped, and complained, they all bitch, moped, and complained. Nowadays, it's dad's a loser. And I'm like, how is that going to be good for my son? And when, you know, look at that shit. Thankfully, he doesn't see it because he doesn't care about it because unlike other people, I don't raise my kids to think of their dad off of the fucking TV show.
If everybody's equally dumb, then it's not sexist. You know what I mean? Like everyone on Married with Children, they were just like even the smart people on that show. Like in that world, the upper limit of intelligence was the guy who owned the shoe store.
I had one time, I'll give you an example. I had one time, my youngest daughter, she has a very unique way she likes to look, and I've only seen that because of how she likes to express herself. I had no problem with it. And it was funny one time, some asshole actually came up to me and goes, you let your daughter walk around that way? I looked at his kid and what they were in. I was like, you brought your kid out in that shit? At least my kid's noticeable. Yeah, I was not in a good mood. Probably shouldn't have said that, but still, all good. Cap, did you take your med, bud?
Yep.
Good. How long does it take to normally kick in for you, bud?
About 15 minutes.
Oh, so I was right. That's why I said 15, not anything. Kevin, you watching anything interesting?
We got a
Not
date to
really.
watch something. Well, we got a date in about an hour and a half to watch something pretty cool.
That's true.
And your invite's in your
We all do.
mailbox. And I don't know why you would ever think I wouldn't want you with me, bro. The people we bring on the panel are responsible for their own comments. I thought the whole thing was cool. I was a little confused, and I don't know if I overreacted. If I did, I apologize.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I thought I was like I was waiting like 1 and 2 minutes, and I felt like they just kept circling around the same thought, like waiting to try to say it like trying out every way to say it until they found the wrong way, and then just sticking with that wrong way. Like I'm still confused by that, honestly. They may or may not have been wrong. I could not get my mind around what they were trying to say.
Oh. Well, speaking of which, why don't you tell everybody where we're going to be?
Oh gosh, in a little while I'm going to get a taco and it's going to be great. But then, my gosh, we're going to fire up the time machine we have and we're going to go to 1923 and it's going to be great. We're going to have a great freaking time there. Everyone's going to be smiling. They're going to have to pry their smile off our faces with some of those branding irons they use on the horses. But yeah, it's episode 7. It's called The Rule of 500. And into the great unknown we go alone because I watched up to this episode. But then I decided I had to save the show for like to be able to react to it with the audience. Like I like to stop a bit before the end. So my reaction to this one will be pretty fresh. I'm gonna have to rewatch it later to get the actual to host it and watch it. So we're going into uncharted waters with 1923. The last one was the last one I had seen before deciding that this was too good of a show not to share. So that's in the link in the chat. I'll put it right in there. And that's at 3:30 Eastern. And there it is for all of you. If you could join me, it'd be great. There'll be some video. There's a movie theater in there. You know, the snacks are free. It's whatever you have in your own fridge. It's pretty good. But we continue to be surprised by the show because every week, hello Cinnabon. Every week, Harrison Ford has put in just. I'm finally not shocked by it, but I don't know if I'm accustomed to it. How about you, Cap?
You know, I'm not sure.
But at this point, it's no longer absolutely stunning that he's believable and he's a different person and he's not Han Solo and he's not Indiana Jones and he's nobody we've seen before and he still has some traits of Harrison Ford. He's finally playing he's supposed to be the age he is. And he's just he does things that he's not beating people down, but he's whipping guns to people's heads. He's kind of evil. I don't know if he's evil. He's an extremist though. Like I think that the deal is maybe he has an outlook from 1883, right? He's doing things in an 1883 kind of way, and everyone else is in 1923, and he's like, moving pictures in an air-conditioned theater. Sounds like hell to me. I want to go up this mountain with the livestock, but it will be horrible. No, that's what I want to do. Let me go delete some people. But I mean, it's not the Harrison Ford. This Harrison Ford would waste Indiana Jones from Indiana Jones 5. Or Han Solo from Force Awakens. Yeah.
Oh, Yellowstone 1923. Okay. I was totally confused when you were saying Harrison Ford 1923.
That's when he got out of high school. That's what I think makes it such a good performance is that Harrison Ford remembers 1923. He was part of 1923. He voted that year.
I watched. I tried to watch the first episode of Yellowstone,
The newest one?
No, I couldn't get past the first episode. The drama they're going for is not a drama I want to watch.
I would say this show's a strict Western, and they're doing good. But Daniel, what have you been up to, man? You've been quiet. Okay.
No, wait, hold on. I'm back. Sorry, I had to go.
Oh, okay.
I had to go in the kitchen for a second, but now I'm back now. Yeah, I've been doing pretty good. Hey, have you heard the writer's strike is back on? It restarted.
Are you kidding me?
What?
It restarted.
Isn't it? I thought it was just the. Oh wait.
Now.
Wait. I think did they go back out because they can't come to terms with SAG? Is it a sympathy strike?
I think so. Yeah, I got an article last night that said, they can't make a deal. They just couldn't come to terms. They couldn't make a deal, and they're back. I don't know if they're back on strike.
Well, the writers deal is done, but the actors went out early before their contract ended in a sympathy strike. But their contract is lapsed now too. I don't know for sure, but I think the deal is what the actors went out in sympathy for the writers. So the writers are now out in sympathy for the actors, but it means very little because I could be a writer on strike sitting home compiling one script after another anyway.
Yeah.
And if there's no one to act it, what difference does it make? The one thing we know is that no one from Bad Robot or Rings of Power is going to use this time to look at their script again and say, how can it be better? Did I make any mistakes?
Yeah. This is I don't know, like this is gonna go on for a while, I feel. I was so optimistic, but now, well, why am I not surprised?
You know what? They were very, very close. According to the papers that I read, for about 4 days they met in a row, and then yesterday they bargained the whole day and they called today off. They said they're at an impasse, but that I don't know that necessarily means much, especially with the WGA going back out again. Maybe they finally cave, or maybe both sides are more willing to negotiate. All I can tell you is it seems like the actors, because of the fact that they're actors for the most part, when SAG went out, Fran Drescher did a lot better job than the writer's representative, and Samwise did a lot better job than the writer's representative, right? It's just like, they went after people we didn't like, and we liked it. Like, no one was like happy that the actors were on strike, but when Fran Drescher took apart Bob Iger, how funny was that? Kat, you saw that, right? Oh, remember that? Oh, wasn't that great?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! Wait, I can do the accent. Let me see. Oh my God, he was an embarrassment. I don't know why they let him out to talk to people. They should chain him up in a cage and back somewhere. And then Sam was like, we just want to throw the ring in the volcano, and these guys won't let us. Share the load.
Wait, the key grips just went on strike? What does that mean?
It might be a joke because I don't think the key grips have a union. The key grip is the head like the guy in charge of making sure that like you build the stage correctly. If I'm correct, if I have that right, the key grip is like the guy who makes sure like when someone sits in a chair, it doesn't collapse, and also does some of the hard work of like rigging up the studio and the lights.
They got a lot of work to do.
Oh, great! You know what this means, right? We're never getting Deadpool 3. We're never getting Secret Wars.
Maybe we shouldn't get Deadpool
Secret Wars and
Secret Invasion.
Oh, Secret Invasion, not Secret Wars. Okay. Look, after what they did to Secret Invasion, do you really want Hollywood touching Secret Wars?
Dude,
wait, for Secret Wars, do we cross over between brands, or is that just everybody gets a new costume? It's been a while since 1980.
No, it's like I don't know, like
Venom, right?
like
Venom
a
comes out of
multiverse-
it.
There's like a multiverse conflict, and all the
Right.
heroes from the different Earths have to get together to help out fight some guy. I don't know.
Don't we get the Black Spider-Man outfit out of that?
Yeah, I think we're probably gonna get Tom Holland getting the black Spider-Man outfit, but yeah.
But that's where that originates, right?
Holland's
Secret War.
You know, the whole thing though is you know, the black Spider-Man suit is iconic. It was iconic back then when I read it. It was iconic when it was introduced as being his new suit. And then, of course, they got Recon. And then, by the way, guys, I don't know how many of you remember this. The whole thing with the symbiote, that was a retcon.
Yeah, because people didn't like the original story at all.
Are the actors still on strike?
Yes.
Well, I posted something in the private chat if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, the actors are still on strike. God knows how long.
It says negotiations between SAG-AFTRA and studios are suspended.
That means they probably don't try to fucking fix this again till Christmas.
Yay! How wonderful.
I'm not bummed about this. Are you guys?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people.
A few things, sure.
There are a lot of people who were looking forward to trying to get back to work.
Yeah, and that's okay. So I'm gonna say this here. I've never worked for a union in my life. Now I will say this. My view on this is we've had now 2 unions that, because of what they wanted, put a lot of people out of work. Now, whether that's a correct statement or not, that's what it looks like from my perspective.
My only take on this one is that there's unions and there's unions. This isn't like the International Ladies Garment Workers Union. This is much closer to the Major League Baseball Players Union.
I think that's a fair assessment, because if you look at some of the unions, based on what I've learned, is many of them are. This is the thing where people tell me, do I think a union is good or bad? I guess the way I would say is, well, what is a union, and is it too big for its britches? But like I said, I don't know. I've never worked for a union.
The idea goes back to what, like 1600, right? Guilds.
I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe you could say I was in a guild when I joined the military, but I didn't think of it that way. But that would be a more reasonable mindset. Or maybe I did technically join a kind of idea of a union. I did agree to certain stipulations for the job.
Until there's a soldier strike, you're not really in a union in the military.
We don't do that. The nice thing is, thankfully, we don't swear an oath to a person or a company or a government. We swear an oath to a document. Something that when they created the oath of enlistment, they were very smart with. That I will say. You feeling better, Captain?
Yep.
Good.
When
good.
I took my
I know you do, because you sound better.
When I took my oath of enlistment, I was promised 2 rations of whiskey a day if I would go out and fight against the secessionists.
Did you see that in your contract when you signed the dotted line? Oops.
I had just gotten here from Scotland, but it was a verbal agreement. I wanted to say they made good with the whiskey. I I enjoyed my time in the Army of the Potomac.
I haven't touched whiskey since going on 20 years now. But that's what I say. I left whiskey back in my 20s, which is probably the best divorce I ever had. If only I thought to get rid of my ex-wife as soon as I got rid of whiskey. You like that one, Cap?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you know what I've noticed on your streams lately that has been very enjoyable?
What?
The lack of certain background noises coming.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to point out that
I'm cool with
great.
I'm cool with real life ASMR if it's part of our real lives. You know, I don't mind it. I understand that some people are going to have like certain noises, just like some people. I'm going to have like every once in a while the 7 train's just going to come by while I'm talking. It just happens. It's a thing.
I'm sorry, Emma. You probably may not understand what we were talking about.
Oh, he does.
He does?
Or maybe I
Okay.
don't.
Okay. You were making a joke. Okay. You got to understand.
Yeah, no, but also saying like I was being lighthearted about it, but I was also saying like, it's not a big deal. I don't think anybody out there in the world minds it either, and it's cool. It's never been something that bothered me. Of course, yeah, the queen of the transmission, the better though.
No, I'm sorry. It's like I said. I'm just.
It's not you. I'm just. I'm coming off a conversation earlier this where I just couldn't find the right way to say I agree, and I just spent like about an hour agreeing, and then we spent another like 25 minutes agreeing to move on, where the person would then circle back and restate that we were moving on ad infinitum until I was just like my brain broke a little bit. Still just putting the Legos back together between my gourd here. Oh God.
So,
did you know that guy?
Nerd, he's basically
did anybody
the
just
newer,
very
better
quickly
version of me. I see how it is.
Captain Fandom Nerd's the newer, better version of Captain Trek.
No, there will nothing will beat the OG.
All right. So
yeah, Admiral Teague's gonna mosey on off into the sunset. Although you have your invite, and I'm gonna just down that taco. Fortunately, I live 5 minutes from the taco place.
Cool. Well, everybody, I'll see you over there at Admiral Teague's for Yellowstone 1923 at
episode 7.
Episode 7 at 3:30 Eastern time.
Eastern, yes. -5 GMT, I believe.
Well, thank you everyone for joining today, and have a good day.
Thanks, everybody.